Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Much better. Thank you. Sometimes these greetings work like wake-up call. It is my proud privilege to welcome each one of you on this first day of our international conference being held for the first time in India in collaboration with International Tourism Studies Association. After making successful ventures in countries like Australia twice, China twice, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Latvia. First time they agreed to host it in India. And when it came to choosing a partner came in the form of Amity. That means they found Amity the best partner to host this conference. 3-day conference focusing upon multiple verticals of our domain: tourism, hospitality, aviation, management, and all other allied sectors. Today is the pre-conference workshop, one we are sitting for. This first conference workshop is on very important topic for any researcher. If I am a researcher, if I am an early career academician, it is very important to publish, which means how can I publish a good quality research paper? But before publishing, how can I write a good quality research paper? What should be the format of my paper? The format will be based upon what kind of research I want to do. And at times it happens that I receive rejection 1, I receive rejection 2, I receive rejection 3, and rejections go on. And I lose my heart. It is very disheartening for me, and I stop writing. As a scholar, I should not say that one should not get failure, one should not get rejection. I remember the words of our former president, late Shri Abdul Kalam ji, when he said he expanded the abbreviation called FAIL. When he said FAIL stands for first attempt in learning. FAIL stands for first attempt in learning. So don't dishearten by receiving a rejection in your research writing. But it is also important to learn how to write a quality paper. As an author, for me, every paper is a quality paper because I have authored it. It is, to the best of my knowledge, the best I could do. But the important point is, how will it be perceived by the reviewer? If I am an editor of a journal, if I am a reviewer of a paper, what all I look into is very important, because reviewer is one person who will give first comment on your paper. Is it worth considering for level 1, level 2, or level 3 of review? Or it is just a trash which deserves to be thrown into dustbin? Reviewer will decide the fate of your research paper. That's very important. How do I do literature review? Because my referencing will also decide for reviewer that what kind of paper is this. That means what referencing I have referred to, what literature review I have done. Is it a quality literature review, related literature review to my topic or not? Reviewer's perspective is very important. So it is keeping in mind this objective. This workshop has been planned for young researchers, early career researchers, and we are so happy that we have got two qualified, well-known reviewers with us who will be sharing with you their experiences, not only as a reviewer, but also like an author. What should go into making my paper worth acceptance, worth appreciation, and worth citation? Because today it is not just good enough to write a good paper, but it is also important to write a paper with citations. That means when my paper gets cited, when my paper gets citation, it means my paper signifies the relevance of this paper. If my paper is not cited by like minded scholars, the relevance is lost. With these words, I welcome once again Dr. Jasprit Kaur, our first speaker, a very well learned scholar, author, and authority on a field. Our second speaker for the day for this workshop will be Dr. Vanessa. Dr. Vanessa is not just an editor or editor in chief of journals, but also a very acclaimed reviewer. And she is also the vice president of the association ITSA. You know, when we say ITSA, International Tourism Study Association, they have a journal also, which happened to be a Scopus Index Journal, International Journal of Tourism Cities, ITSA, which is now Taylor and Francis Index, and with ABDC. And it is the work of Professor Vanessa, Dr. Vanessa, who is from IIM Silmore. It is not only the work of Dr. Vanessa and Professor Elster Morrison from Metropolitan Manchester University, London. This journal is a very well claimed journal. So I am happy and I wish I was born in this age and I am sitting on the other side as an audience to listen to these eminent, prolific writers. But unfortunately, I may be missing this session, but I would love to see it on YouTube because this will be recorded and it will be aired on YouTube. It will remain on YouTube. You can watch it any number of times to refresh your memories and to remind you the reviewer's perspective. With these words, I welcome once again each one of you as a participant in general and a resource persons in particular for sparing their time and being part of this workshop. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I would like to request Dr. Professor M. Sajnani and Professor Pranshu to facilitate our guests with Tulsi planters.
नाम भी आएगा ना वहां पे याद रहेगा क्या सर
Good morning, everyone. It is an absolute honor to introduce our esteemed speaker, Dr. Jasprit Kaur Bhasin, a distinguished professor of marketing with over 16 years of experience in teaching, research, and corporate training. Dr. Basin specializes in consumer behavior, sustainability, and market research, shaping the marketing landscape through her extensive scholarly contributions and corporate training initiatives. A certified AMT trainer from AIMA, she has conducted impactful training programs and consultancy projects furthering professional development in the industry. Her commitment to research excellence has earned her multiple prestigious awards, including the GRAPS Award for Best Researcher Faculty in 2018 and the Best Researchers Award at the Ninth International Scientist Awards 2020. Additionally, she is a prolific author with two books on customer relationship management and service marketing alongside 30th research papers published in reputed ABDC index journals. Beyond academia, Dr. Basin actively contributes to the global research community as a reviewer for leading A category, ABDC, and Scopus index journals. She is currently pursuing her PhD from IIM Lucknow, further reinforcing her dedication to academic excellence and innovation. Today, she will be sharing her valuable insights on research paper writing from reviewer's perspective. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jaspreet Kaur Bhasin. Need a marker for the board. All right, and Vita, help me in one thing, quickly. Come. You have a net here? Yes. Internet, yes. I want you to open a paper, research paper on Google Scholar, which will be shared, right? So that I can start. I'm sorry. It's called Google Scholar, quick. Google Scholar, internet.
You can try it.
Sure, yeah, which one? Google Scholar. Just my paper has to be open. Google Scholar. Okay, it's by the name of the Matt Taylor. It was systematic. Just please call. I think you can. Yeah. By the time they're just hoping to story that I represent two brands here. I am a pass out of the MSc Business School of 2002. My professor got pass out of 2002 batch have to myself very humbly 9 ABDC A category papers and 9 ABDC B category. We could not
क्या
चलो here as a professor my institute Delhi School of Business which has given me the labor
इनका नाम लिखना भैया
research
डॉक्टर जसप्रीत कौर
with
बसी
my academic schools, right? Now, qualitative researcher by choice because I was miserable in numbers. I got 2% maths and 10 standard, dumb maths. All right. Horrific dreams that I'm giving a maths exam ever since my 10th standard. But I didn't know it will come true. In my first work, in my second PhD in art, Lucknow, where I actually come across a subject called Bond 1, where Professor Dr. Bhattacharya starts teaching me oil distribution. But as I said, I written off the theoretical paper and gone off. And he finishes me with the lambda once again. For not solving that and the trauma of man, I skipped a field of research called qualitative research. No analysis is needed, as in numeric analysis is needed. No lambdas, no p-values, no regression tables, no t-tests, nothing needed. If you're scared of numbers,
there is a method of publishing papers and doing research, which is called qualitative research. Qualitative research is a research where we get into insights from a human. They're very deep insights. I'll tell you how. If I take a questionnaire and I go to a sample and say, do you smoke? Even if I do it right here, 90% people will say no. Although they might just go at a tea break and have a right? So it is that. Oh, is it that they can't hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
Is it that the online person cannot hear me?
Actually, we've gone live.
Okay.
And they're also recording. So
They
can we
are
request you
also-
to be?
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be a little loud. Thanks for the recording. You'll have to correct me. I by default I'm very loud, so that's why I don't use a mic. But I understand it's a hybrid mode, so maybe that's why. So I'll tell you a story because I have 1 hour to go, and then another faculty joins us. This is a story about my research paper. Okay, one minute. The paper is where's Google Scrum? No. I want the exact one. Where's the Google? Get me Google.
This one is not going for some reason.
All right, hold. Leave it. Just give me 1 minute. That's it. All right, we have a full PDF file. Very good. So that's one of my papers, and I'm glad sir used the word clash. When a reviewer gives you review, you have to think whether you're going to modify it or it is actual trash. So this is one of my papers, which is mixed methods. Mixed method means you use a quantitative as well as a qualitative. But this paper has a story. It has a full story of a reviewer too. Okay, can we keep it on the paper, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Let the screen be on the paper, please. Are you sharing it?
Yes, ma'am.
अच्छा ठीक है. So okay. Have we shared?
Yes.
Are there participants online also, madam? Yes. Okay. So participants are also hybrid things, sir. Okay. Okay. Great.
You share it.
Okay. This paper was a paper we submitted in the Journal of Consumer Business. Okay. It is an ABECA category. I am from the marketing domain. I'm still fetching for. I spoke to some all my old faculties who were there in the meeting. Professor Raj Singh, Professor Naroya, Alka Munjal ma'am, Professor Sanjay Srivastava. I'm in contact with everybody. But now that I'm recording on YouTube, I'm searching for Dr. Roli Segal. One of my marketing faculties who lured me into marketing. All right. So this paper that you see is on voice assistance. And before I can start this paper, all of you will quickly go on your Siris and Googles on the phone, please. Everybody on the phone, please. A demo. The best part about a marketer is when we go to a consumer and say, do you have a problem? He says, no, I don't have any problem. And in Siri, which I'm getting for 1,65,000, I'm sure that Apple customers don't have a problem. How many have an Apple phone? Rich bunch of students and faculties. Great. You have a Siri worth how much? 1,25,000 times? Ask Siri a basic question. Do it right now and tell me the results, please, especially the Apple customers. Pran or Prande? अंतर बताइए. You can ask this in English also. Pran and Generation Z. I hope you can pronounce Pran and Pran. And you know the difference yourself also. Pran or Pran में difference बताइए. Those who have an Android can try that on Google too. Very basic command. I think on 5th standard, 7th standard question. And your voice assistants, Siri, Googles, and Alexas, they are all AI enabled and X, Y, Z and highly technical and all that. Tell me the results. Quick, guys, Apple guys. 1,35,000 quick. Sorry? No signal. Anybody who's got a result? None of you got a result. Anybody who has a Wi-Fi? Yeah. You will have to do a demo here. Sorry.
My Wi-Fi is also, I don't know, funky. Is your Wi-Fi working? He'll do it.
I'm trying.
Yeah, come here.
It's
You
not
got,
coming.
you got some results?
No, okay.
No Wi-Fi is working.
I have also got a result.
You got a result. Please share it now.
Start with a capital C refers to PRAM, the plan for permanent retirement account.
Okay.
Unique 12-digit identifiers for managing retirement saving and
Now, is that the answer to my question? No. And once you get your Wi-Fi, and you ask them run and run, it will give you prompts.
Yeah, it's giving action.
It's giving prompts. Play. So, please use the mic looking at for my participants also. Yes. So you're getting prompts, you're getting the PRAN, and what are you getting?
Plant is a surname of Germanic origin, was derived from meaning brisk or cheerful.
Okay. Okay. Have you got the answer? Simple sa question hai sir. It's a very simple question. Pran and pran are two Hindi words and I've told Siri 1,25,000 something and above to differentiate, and this basic command could not be differentiated by a voice assistant. Is the consumer, do the consumers in a problem? Yes or no? Yes. The first chapter of any research paper. Alright, the students at the back, please settle down quickly. Yeah. And sir, can you आप बाहर ले जाएंगे मोबाइल? हाँ. Okay, introduction. Any research, whether it's you students doing it or the academicians, we cannot do it till the time there is no industry problem. We are managers from a management institute. Even if it is in the domain of tourism, you have to get a problem from tourism then. If there is no industry problem, there is no research, period. The best part is my PhD scholars come to me and say, Madam, again I'll use a little bit of Hindi, Madam, kuch karna hai. A PhD scholar in his first 6 months is a very aspirational person. And they'll come to, Madam, kuch karna hai. I said, okay, go and define the kuch. Go back and define the kuch. He comes back after 1 month. Madam, social media mein kuch karna hai. Kuch, ma'am, in Hindi means something. The PhD scholar is so aspirational. He says, I want to do something. I send him back. Go back. Go take 1 month and search that something and come back to me. He comes back with social media. Madam, social media mein kuch karna hai. I want to do something in social media. I send him back again. Now he comes back to me after 3 months. I said, social media has 7,000 papers on Google Scholar. What new can you do? Go back and come back after 3 months. Poor thing. Cursing himself or herself or themselves to be my scholar. Comes back after 3 months. Madam, I've got the kuch. I said, great. What's the something now? Madam, in social media, I want to do something on influencers. Social media influencers. Another 4,000 papers on Google Scholar. You want to check? You can check it. Right now, I can do that activity. Put a keyword social media influencer, you'll get 4,000 papers. There is no scope. Again, I send him back. Now, poor thing takes 6 months or leaves PhD. Any one of the two. The ones who leave PhD, well and good. They've had their pay of Dr. Jaspreet Kaur. But the ones who survive come back. And now they say, Madam, I want to work on virtual influencers. How many of you know what is virtual influencers? Hands up, and I'll ask you the definition too. बस ऐसे डरा दूं तो you get the gap in research. How many of you know what are virtual influencers? चलो, how many of you can name a virtual influencer? Not a single person in the audience. Correct? This is what we call research gap. The second thing that you have to have in your introduction is selling your paper to the reviewer. He, she or they are not going to read anything. You think analysis is what they read? I have come across so many scholars. Ma'am, I want to learn SPSS and a MOS and PLSM and FQCA, the SATA, and I said, what are you going to do with all these softwares? A basic regression, which can be done in Excel also. But lured by the charm of softwares, scholars start learning everything. But what is needed is publishing with the research paper. Alright? So, two things that you need. One, industry problem. I did a demo to prove that voice assistants do have an industry problem. And the problem is they are not understanding Indian accents. And I challenge you, these Siris and Googles that you have just used and they've given you prawns instead of prawn and prawn are set at the Indian accent English also. Still, they will not give you the result. 1,25,000, a product of 1,25,000 brought into the country of 143 crore and ever growing. With 53 crore Hindi speakers, that's a huge base to come with a product which does not understand the basic Hindi command, pran and pran. You get my point? Have you got the industry problem, especially the students here, the managerial problem, and the research gap? Alright? So, I went back on Google Scholar, assuming that this must have been studied. It's a very basic problem. It's there with all of you. It must have been studied. To my shock, it was not studied. So, how did I get my research gap? Most of the papers that spoke about VA were speaking about privacy problems. They were speaking about technical problems. They were speaking about voice technology. Not a single paper was there on how consumers are struggling with their accent and dialect to make this VA worth 1,25,000 understand the basic query command. Wasn't a single paper. And if you want me to prove it, I'll prove it. Here, it's like table. It is moving fine. Yeah, that's. So this is a literature review paper, very dangerous game that the reviewer told us to make. So this paper was made when I was in my first year of IIM Lucknow coursework. I was too busy with the Saturday and Sunday classes in Noida, along with my 5 days job and 2 teenage kids. So that's quite a bit on my plate. And at that point of time, the team got together for this paper. I gave them the industry problem, I gave them the research gap, and we started qualitative research. Qualitative research is done through personal interviews. They are open-ended questions, and we don't have structured questions. Alright? 8 to 10 personal interview questions, open-ended. It's technically called in research the instrument. Okay, to measure the feelings of the people in this context. So, under immense pressure, and the team wanted me to publish this. Okay, Emmanuel Babaji, the one who actually taught me qualitative research, he's an associate professor at Delhi University. And the team said, just we have to finish this, and I had no time. I made something out of that paper and we submitted it. Okay? Journal of Consumer Behavior, why they gave us a major revision. God knows how. It should have been a test project. The quality that I have submitted, it should have been a test project. I got a revision only because of this. Technically, the journal calls it novelty. Researchers feel it is the analysis that takes the paper through. It is the software that takes the paper through. No, it is only and only novelty. You are free to do a qualitative research without a single number in your paper. It has to be novel. It has to be something that hasn't been studied, that hasn't been published, so that it's such a lucrative product that the journal says, I'm publishing it. So we were given a chance for revision. It was called a risky revision. And they warned us that if you don't change the paper drastically, we will reject it. Now, this was my only A category publication in 2022. Prospective one, because I was doing my coursework, rigorous coursework and job, and I couldn't let go of this chance. So we started working on it. The first thing the reviewer said, give me past literature review on consumer problems with voice assistant so that you justify your research gap. Very dangerous. Why is it dangerous? Any idea? Why is this table of past literature so dangerous? Because if out of these 14 papers, any one paper matched my finding or my research objective, my paper would lose its novelty. You get my point? It is a very dangerous activity to give to the reviewer the 14 closest papers. Because even if one or two is similar to your problem, the novelty is gone and your paper will be rejected. I gave the reviewers 11 papers. Alright? My close competitors who had the word accent were barely 3. That is how normal your research should be. And my poor PhD scholar, मुझे कुछ करना है. I want to do something. What do you want to do on social media? Reason? Secondary data is available. It's an easy way out. It's a human tendency. We get the easy way out. 7,000 papers on social media. Great. And Generation Z, my PGDM students, whether they or World Academy, when they used to come and say, ma'am, we want to work on Instagram. I used to literally say, please leave the room with decency. Before I get rough. Every Generation Z student wants to work on Instagram. But there are somewhere around 5,000 papers already on them. Get me a problem at Instagram. You have a problem? Give it to me. Just work Instagram is not normal research. Your Generation Z is lured by Instagram. And ephemeral content. Ephemeral content is the content which goes up in 24 hours, like your WhatsApp status and the Instagram stories. And I don't blame the Generation Z. They are in more pressure than us with our families and duties because every day they have to update the story. If they don't update it in 24 hours, they don't prove to the world they are alive. They prove themselves alive only after they update a story. Half of my students start making story in the class also. And I tell them, what are you doing? Ma'am, we are telling the world we are alive today. 24 hours done, my story is gone. I have to put up a story to say either I'm alive or I'm here. There was a time of our generation when our personality used to tell, I'm here. We didn't need every day to put up something. But of course, you're a market, your customers, it's a huge market, all right? And I appreciate that. Now, after introduction and doing this bit, the second thing that is there, I need a duster also. Okay, I'll go to that. We will just run this. So that's the chapter number 1. Chapter number 2. Uh, I need 2 days for the file. Yeah, no problem, man. It's okay. Review of literature. This is chapter number 2 or section number 2. If there are MD students here, it will be there in your dissertation also. Or you're about to do it, or it's there. Okay. Any research proposal that any of the scholars or faculties are giving to ICSSR or organizations like these, it's there over there too. Any research paper you're writing, section number 2 is always review of literature or theoretical underpinning. Okay. Now, this is the most difficult task for any academician. What I told you in chapter number 1 is the practitioner's viewpoint, meaning the industry viewpoint, consumers, voice assistant, product, etc. But chapter number 2 is the academician's viewpoint. So here you will put a theory from consumer behavior and fit it into this problem. You get my point? Okay. My PGDM students do this very well in Delhi School of Business. I gave them a case in the examination, and they got very jittery. They said, "Ma'am, we'll do the first part because the case will tell me industry problem. Okay, I'll say novelty also, but in the exam, 3 hours, how will I put a theory? I don't have access to a textbook." I said, "You apply any theory." So I gave them a problem of range rooms. Are you aware of what are range rooms? Okay, they are range rooms or anger rooms where the Generation Z almost frustrated every next day due to a lot of pressure of punching it at 9:15 in the class, their assignments and their exams. Totally frustrated, post the exam stress. It's a huge stress to them. They go to rage rooms or anger rooms, break things. Give somewhere around 800, there comes the nod. Yes, they all do that. So after the stressful exams every term, they go to a rage room. Break things. If you have to break the broken things, they take somewhere around 500 bucks, Indian rupees. And if you want to break the fresh things that are there, it is somewhere around 800 rupees to 1200. Correct me if I'm wrong. Right? So I gave them this practical problem. They said, "Ma'am, how will we bring a theory in the exam? The theory comes from textbooks and you're not giving us a textbook. Are you lying?" I said, "No, I'm not lying. I'm making your life hell. I'm from Amity." So they said, "Okay, where will I bring a theory?" I said, "You've learned theories. You're in second year. You must have learned so many theories from so many subjects. Apply one." Thank you. Thank you. And they applied it. So can you believe it? They applied the basic theory like Maslow's hierarchy and social needs and self-esteem needs to justify the consumption of rage rooms. Very, very apt. You don't have to do something very difficult. You have to do something very easy, but the correct way to get through a research paper. Okay? But this is just for your understanding. As an academician, if there are PhD scholars sitting here and faculties, if there's a theory this room knows about, I will never take it in the paper. Any idea why? Should I use a master for my paper? I'll not use a master. How many papers must have been published in master? Estimation. 12,000 or 12 lakh? Go and check Google Scholar, must be 12 lakh. Theory of planned behavior. There was an A category reviewer who wrote to me, and it is very, I think, shameful for me as a researcher to have used that theory. He writes to me, "This theory is redundant. How are you even using it? UTAUT. The IT people know about it. Redundant. Don't use it. How many of you have heard about Maslow? You can raise your hand, kids. I'm not going to ask you anything. Relax. उसका हाथ भी नहीं उठला. बेटा, Maslow, I'm not going to ask you. Still you're not raising your hand. Beta, hand is raised like this. Yeah. Maslow, you're good? I'll never use Maslow in my paper. First girl. How many have heard? First of you. Very good, madam. I'll not use it in my paper. Alright? Okay. Perception theory of consumer behavior shift and color. Selective perception. Heard about it? No. Heard about it? Very good. I'll never use it. 4 P's marketing. Never use it. 7 P's service marketing. I'll never use it. You get my point? Now my problem is that in this sort of a research paper, if I'm not using all the theories that you've learned in books, which theory have I used? So I have used a theory, I'll probably write it here, it's there in the paper also. Can you help me in this, madam? Control F, dialect. Wait. Yeah. Control F, dialect. DIALECT, dialect theory. I hope I'm not too loud. I was not using the mic for my. I hope I'm not. If I am, just again, I have to use it as a natural relation. No, it must be there in the paper itself. It's there, better it's there in the paper itself. Yeah, control it in the paper itself and dialect. Just write dialect. DIALECT. Yeah. No, not the comma. Yeah. Is it not there?
No.
This somehow.
It's DAI. Yeah. It's coming. It's taking a while. It's taking a while.
Very good. So that's a direct theory I used. Conceptual model, direct theory. Alright, chapter number 2. Direct theory is a theory of communication. I purposely did not use consumer behavior theories. Selective perception, Herzberg, Maslow. I was myself fed up of listening to them from the past 20 years that I'm doing. When I studied in MIT 2002, at that point of time, Maslow was there. And we used to use it when we were students like you. We used it in such a disastrous form that I'm sure Maslow must have died once more after our presentations. So, I wrote a theory called dialect theory. How many have heard about this? Not even one? I'll take it for my paper. Please understand, in every chapter, I'm working on novelty. I'll say it in Hindi first and then in English. मेरा research paper हो तो ऐसा हो. ना इंडस्ट्री प्रॉब्लम किसी ने पढ़ी हो, ना वैसा पेपर किसी ने लिखा हो, ना इंडस्ट्री प्रॉब्लम किसी ने पढ़ी हो, which is इंडस्ट्री प्रॉब्लम नॉवल, ना वो पेपर किसी ने लिखा हो, रिसर्च गैप, ना वो थ्योरी किसी ने लगाई हो. Review of literature. I'm repeating it in English. My paper should be that paper. The first one to study an industry problem, the first one to have written on that topic. There should be no competitor in past literature, and the first one to have used that theory in my domain, marketing and consumer behavior. That is when you get to an A category journal. What my poor PhD scholar, मैडम मुझे कुछ करना है. किसमें करना है? सोशल मीडिया में. थ्योरी क्या है? Maslow's hierarchy, social media, खत्म. PhD दे दो. I'll repeat that in English. My PhD scholar, poor thing, traumatized, comes to me. Man, I have to do something. Do something in what? Social media, which is the theory Maslow's social needs. PhD, finished. Award me a PhD then and there. Look at how well I fitted the two chapters. Dialect theory says, what does it say? Hear it out. And please hear it out carefully. Now I will ask questions. Okay? Either you people volunteer or I'll ask questions. Okay? Please participate. It's for your learning. If you apply it here, it's good. I know you all are on YouTube. I'm more conscious of YouTube than you people are. Alright? My question to you. I'll tell you what the dialect theory says. Academically, theoretically. You just have to fit it into that problem. You get my point? I'll tell you the academic, what dialect theory says. You have to explain to me the industry problem is related to the dialect theory. Dialect theory says that a person with an accent or a dialect will always retain it. It is not something temporary and it will not go from him. Number one. Number two, dialect theory also says that the accent or dialect that suppose we Indians have, we are so proud of itself that we are not ready to change for an Apple Siri or a Google. They have to change for us. Have you understood the dialect theory? Alright. How is it related to my problem? Although I've given you hints in between. Why did I choose a dialect theory? How does it relate to my problem? Here is my problem. Siri is not understanding accents. How is it related? So if I don't change my accent and if I don't change my dialect, I am the same market of 143 crore, not ready to change my accent. And you are bringing in a machine for me. You better change your systems, programs, algorithms, voice technologies, and AI machine learning according to me. Because we are those Indians, and dialect theory is not only for Indians. I did this with Indians, so I'm using it here. Dialect theory says that any person, even if a person is French, Italian, they love their dialect. Their English accent is different. We all don't from the UK and US accent. No, we can't. And they will remain with that accent. So if you go to a French man, he's proud of his accent. Siri has to accommodate with that emotion. The French man doesn't have to learn a UK English because I have to converse with Siri. No, Siri will learn. Okay? So that's part 2, dialect theory. Part 3, in any dissertation or even in a research paper, this research method. I told you we went for qualitative research. We interviewed these people, Indians, using Siri, Google, etc. for somewhere around 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Okay? Sometimes people do get fed up or tired. Okay? Lecturers don't get tired of speaking 45 minutes. But remember, the other party does. So we go on speaking till 45 minutes and the other person says, I need a break. I said, even I need a break. When I'm not taking, why are you taking? Complete my PI. Don't be rude. Be a little empathetic. 30 minutes of speaking, and that too according to us. We are asking questions, he or she has to give us a reply. So sometimes there are times when I have to stop after 15 minutes, come to him or her next day. But the interview has to be 30 minutes, and the transcript, as in the transcript I get, has to be somewhere around 2,000 words. Less than this, I cannot do what I call a thematic analysis on in vivo. That is how we analyze the part. Now, we analyzed it, and now I come to chapter number 4, which is findings, and these were my findings. Can we just zoom it out a little bit? Zoom it out a little so that it's somewhat visible. These are what you call qualitative research paper findings. It's the model, the final model. Alright, so we found out that consumer accent was impacting the consumer. The consumer was conscious of using it in public or private. The city. Let me just close that. There were two responses to not understanding Pran and Pran. One was emotional and one was rational. Rational said, it's a machine, let it be, let's move on, or start typing a text. Emotional was, they were getting frustrated sometimes, and we also got a positive emotional response, which was, they again and again gave Siri some funny words. So there was a student of mine I interviewed. He said, ma'am, we enjoy seeing pronouncing surnames wrongly. I said, why? He said, ma'am, my friend's name is Srishti. And the moment I tell Siri, call Srishti, she says, I'm calling Sareshti. And it's fun for me. I mean, I can actually type, but I make sure that in front of her, I enjoy that because they also said that the GPS, right, when it says Lajpat Nagar and not Lajpat Nagar, we actually make fun of it. So there were emotional responses which were positive also, funny, exciting, positive. There were negative also, which led to a frustration. Okay, I personally do not like Lajpat Nagar to be called Lajpat Nagar, even if it's a lady from South Delhi, with all due respect. Alright, Lajpat Nagar is Lajpat Nagar. Alright, Pav Bhaji is Pav Bhaji. Period. Why? Dialect theory says no, I take pride. Alright, and Jaipur is Jaipur. It's not Jaipur, it's Jaipur. Period. Okay, and God knows what you will do to the Rajiv Chowk. It's Rajiv Chowk, period. It's Modi ji, period. Alright, don't distort these names. We're emotional about it. Train your Siris and Googles. And you have an AI and if you have big data, do it. Alright, my consumer is really distorted. Alright, then you have to move it a little. You have to be on standby. Assistant research associate.
Do you have to search it?
Just move it a little. Alright, that's it. Wait. So on the basis of these two responses, either they continue to use the VI or they discontinue to use the VI. Okay, so that's the model that I came up with. But the reviewer, after giving this model, says it's a risky revision. Do I have to stop?
No.
I can go on the speaker, the next speaker, whenever they come.
We help you with some searching words now.
Yeah, that'd be good. You can take a seat, Nita.
No.
Okay. So, in the findings, I gave the reviewer these qualitative findings. In a qualitative research, these are the only findings. The constructed conceptual model is the finding in a qualitative research. I know it must be very bizarre to especially the finance people, people from operations, people from quantitative techniques. They have literally gone forward to ask me, just read ye research hai. What sort of research is this? And I explained to them that this is also one of the research. Alright? But the reviewer tells me, and this is where I went for mixed method. The reviewer, both of them from Journal of Consumer Behavior, they said you cannot validate a research with only qualitative findings. Do a quant, and here came the problem. Someone So, me, Manuel Mogaji, we all three were qualitative people. We did not numbers. And we wrote till Dr. Sumit Kaur from Ford Institute to do the quant part. We converted this into a SEM model. Mute them yourself, I think. Just mute them.
It's muted.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. It's done. All right. Yeah.
you have to come down
Okay.
and come to that smaller model. Scroll down. There'll be a smaller model over here. Yeah,
Yeah.
hold it and just
Yeah.
zoom it out. This is the quantitative model that I had built up, and this needed something which in research method we call mixed method. Mixed means one qual and one quant. Now there's a catch here. In the model that you saw, there was something like a very layman term called consumer accent. So whatever we got from our personal interviews, we named them as consumer accent. But whenever we convert it into a conceptual model, quantitatively measured, we have to have what is called an operational definition of that construct. Okay, so in qualitative research, I came up with a variable or construct called consumer accent. But when I'm converting it into a SEM model, quantitative one, I have to have an academic definition of what is consumer accent. From where do you get it? You get it from research papers. So I went to Google Scholar and I wrote over there consumer accent. I said some paper somewhere must have studied it. I'll get the definition and I'll get the items, questionnaire also to conduct the quantitative research. And can you believe what happened? I didn't get this construct. In qualitative research, when you make a model, you make the construct. And you are not a Gyani or an academician. So you always don't name it as an operational definition. You could give it a layman English term also. And that's exactly what we did. Because we had planned this only for a qualitative paper. We didn't know we have to do this. But the reviewer said, risky revision. And he said, they were all quantitative people. They all said, do quant. Now I went back to literature. Whenever you need something, go back to past literature, and with ChatGPT, it's become easier. All right. Another disclaimer for students. Because all of you are doing your assignments with ChatGPT, the problem is you use the same keywords also. So what happens is the first paragraph of all your assignments are same, and we get hold of you. Suggestion: if you are doing your assignments with ChatGPT, try and change the commands that you give. He's saying a yes also. He's not even understood the sarcasm. Faculty, they all are saying yes. Whether it's a sarcastic comment that I've just given. You're not supposed to be using ChatGPT for assignments, but when you use it, they get the same command, and the first line of the assignment is always same. I'm just trying to prove that faculties trained in acting or as your trainers are much more smarter than you. We are smarter than AI. Human intelligence will always be smarter than you, right? So, ChatGPT is good because if there's a hypothesis that I have made, and it's a new hypothesis. Why is it a new hypothesis? Because I was the one who constructed the main construct. Through qualitative research, I will never get this hypothesis in past literature. It is very difficult to get. Why? I had made up that model through qualitative research. But I can actually put this in ChatGPT, and from somewhere, some single paper that you take ages to read through Google Scholar, you'll get that paper and you can cite that. Alright? In a quantitative SEM model, whenever you hypothesize, okay, you always have to have 3 authors who say that this relationship is true. And for the benefit of the students, let me explain this to you. I was doing this, I made this SEM model with my Pearl Academy students. Pearl Academy students at their end term do not submit a dissertation. They gave me a business plan presentation. So we were 2 people. Myself, I was teaching them form and process of research. And Professor Varun Duggal, he was teaching them SEM model and quant. So there was a student who came for presentation. I'm telling you how people go wrong with this hypothesizing and not getting 3 authors, or the reason why you have to get 3 authors to say this hypothesis is true. It has to be logical. You just can't hypothesize anything.
So he was presenting and he says, ma'am, he got a very weird hypothesis. So, does advertising increase sale in tourism? Yes or no? It should. He brought an opposite hypothesis. Advertisement does not improve sales. Now, this is criminal. Why? It is, opposite to what academia says. And we told him, you have hypothesized wrongly. He said, no, ma'am. Past literature said sales increases with advertisement. I have just taken the null hypothesis. I have hypothesized correct. And he collected data also. And he got a positive regression, p-value less than 0.05, which means significantly the sales did not impact, the advertising did not impact sales. Now we were hell-bent to tell him that your hypothesis construction was wrong. Forget the data. But he was so lured with me and Varun sir. He said, no ma'am, data never lies. And he said, my hypothesis is correct and my results are correct. Now, I turned at Varun sir. I said, sir, what have you done? Why did you even speak this line? Data is always right. He's not even considering the logic behind it. He's saying I got a regression value, which means it's significant. So Varun sir, I still remember, started with a narration. He said, whatever the name was, let us take a filmy name like Rahul. So he said, Rahul, if I slap you and a building falls in Delhi, I again slap you, another building, how much they enjoy? The students have not enjoyed anything about research. They'll only enjoy this example. So very much like good laugh over it. So Varun sir said, if I slap you and a building falls in Delhi, then I slap you again and another building falls in Delhi. And so on, I slap you 10 times and 10 buildings fall somewhere in Delhi in the newspaper, which means there's a perfect regression. P-value less than 0.05. Rahul said, yes, sir. So then sir said, which means I can conclude that whenever I will slap you, a building will fall in Delhi. Logical question? What is the answer to this? What is the logical answer to this? Logical answer. If I slap any one of you, will the building fall?
No.
So the logical answer was no. You know what he said? He said, ma'am, tell me the p-value of data. He forgot logic. He said, madam, what's the p-value? I said, Rahul, do you hear me? If I slap you, a building will fall in Delhi. Will it fall? I forget logic and academics. Tell me what is the p-value. I said 0.01, less than 0.05. Yes, ma'am. If you slap me right now, building will fall. The relationship is significant. And I said, are you hearing yourself? He said, no, ma'am. Varun sir said, data never lies. And we had to give him marks for that. So, data does lie. Alright? Data can go wrong. Your conceptual hypothesizing has to be correct. And for that conceptual hypothesizing, we say at least 3 authors in past literature should have logically said this impacts this. So this is the slapping, this is the building falling. If you are hypothesizing it, go back to literature and see that 3 Gyanis have said it. If it's not said, you have no right to hypothesize. But my research was qualitative. This is something which came out as my conceptual model already. Now what do? I cannot change the hypothesis and I have no academician who said it. So this one construct, I did not get consumer accent. There was nothing about consumer accent. But in business communication papers, there was something called accent strength. Okay? There was a construct called accent strength. So consumer accent, the label in English that I gave in qualitative. In quantitative, I took a operationally defined construct called accent strength. You want to see the statements with which you measure it? Okay. Last of the end of the page, you'll get the items or the statements which measure and end of this. Read the statements and tell me, is my research in sync with the dialect theory or not? Read the items first. I've told you what's a dialect theory now. We are proud of our accent, we can't change it anyway. Okay.
It's not loading after this.
Okay, doesn't matter, it'll take a little bit of time. So you have, yeah, that's it. Lost page, yes. Zoom it out, you'll get accent strength. Above. That's okay. 1 second. This is the open-ended questionnaire, personal interview questionnaire. They are all open-ended questions, and this is what we call an instrument. Okay. A little to the previous page. Do you have a page after this?
No, not. Yeah.
Hold. Zoom out. Accent strength. The first one. Items of all construct accent strength. Zoom it out. Can you zoom it out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold. Alright. So that's the accent strength. I'll read out the items to you. The strength of an accent in one speech is a sign of their personality. One can infer many things about a speaker from someone's solid or weak accent. It is possible to tell how someone will act by hearing their accent. The type of accent in a person's speech is an important trait. Everyone has an accent and cannot change it, even if one tries to. Is it in sync with my dialect theory? Yes, it is. Alright? So, this is how we did finding an analysis. We gave it to the reviewer. The paper got published, but there's a flaw in my paper, and if you've got the story correct, okay, if you've got the story correct, I'm showing you both the models, qualitative, quantitative. See the constructs. If you want to take a picture right now and pick up your pens and papers quickly, tell me that one construct which is there in the qualitative model but is not there in my quantitative model. Quickly. Then you'll have to come back to that model. Two models, no? The first model, the elongated one. Take a picture if you want to. Pick up your pens and paper. Paper.
From this one?
Share.
From this one?
Correct. Take a picture if you want to. List all the constructs. You want to write them down? Write them down. Take a picture, quick. This was my qualitative model. Students, you've taken a picture too? That's okay. Taking a picture, I'm going to standard chat. Quickly. The first thing about managers is they don't have excuses. Quick. Take a picture. Come here and take a picture. Get up. Quick. What is the construct missing? That's the difference. Come on, I said it's a 10 standard student's assignment I'm giving you. Why are you so risk averse? Relax. You've taken a picture? Can you see the picture? See the picture. Everybody's taken a picture? Great. Beta, you will not take a picture. You'll only be with me.
Yes, sir.
Come to the next model, the smaller one.
Okay.
That's the hold. Zoom it out a little. Hold. No, I need this. Yeah, hold. Take a picture of this, please. This is the quantitative model, SEM model. All the names of the constructs are given below. If the model says AS is accent strength. If the model says CI is continuation intention. You have all the names here and there. Now, see the two pictures and tell me which is that one construct which is there in the qualitative model but not there in my set. Take your time. Read them all. Did you get it? Okay. Which are the constructs you see in the qualitative model? Name them. Yes. Come here. Quickly. Face him. Which semester are you? Which semester are you? PhD scholar. Go back. Okay. You should have got it, guys. Context of use. Just close the door behind you. Context of use is there in the qualitative model, whether they use it in public or private. They were shy to use it in public, okay to use it in private, but that construct is not there in my SEM model. That construct is not there in my SEM model. This is a flaw that I corrected in my next paper. You get my point? Okay. And the viewer could have rejected the paper because I have not fully replicated the qual into quant. But they were kind enough to see that we made an effort to turn it into mixed method, although we were not planned. Number one. Number two, those labeled terms that we had given, we actually went back to literature and defined them operationally. You will see that in the call model, what is this construct called? Quickly. Qualitative model. Accent, consumer, accent. Okay. What is where is it? Where is it? Sorry. Positive emotional action. This is the operationally defined academic construct. What is it called in my call model? Qualitative model बोलिए. Qualitative model. Called. Yes. Emotional responses. The positive emotional response is technically called positive emotional. Negative emotional response is called, again, emotional response is negative. Rational action is called rational response. Wait, rational response. And continuance intention is called, it's at the last tail of the model. Use in IBA. And here technically it is called continuance intention. And this continuance intention in the model is called do not use. Got it? Replication clear. Only one construct is not there. Context of use. And we have gone ahead, taken this paper to a next level. Okay. It's not published. I can't discuss much. It's in revision again in Journal of Consumer Behavior. But I've dared to do something. Would you like to see the title of the paper? Okay, but yeah, I don't have my. It's not my laptop. All right. You'll have to give me 1 minute. So the title of the paper now, the paper that I've taken forward, and this time I have dialect also. Namaste Alexa, the impact of non-native language queries on voice assistants. I got rejected. So every acceptance is another 5 rejections. This paper got rejected from psychology and marketing. You know what review they gave me? Scrap the word namaste. And now I'm a very, very finicky, rebellious researcher. I haven't scrapped it. With a let's not get emotional, but let's see the managerial numbers. 143 crores of customer base, 53 crores Hindi speakers, Apples and Googles and Alexas. You better come trained in Hindi. We are paying for you. So I have retained this name, Namaste Alexa. Luckily, it has gone through review. So there's a desk rejection and a review in Journal of Consumer Behavior. Probably if I come back to you next year, hopefully this should be published. All right. Thank you so much. I'll end this.
Thank you for the insightful speech. Please join me in welcoming Vice President of ITSA, Dr. Vanessa Gaurisankar. Dr. Vanessa Gaurisankar, a citizen of Mauritius, is a distinguished academic with a PhD spanning tourism management, communication, and marketing. She is currently an associate professor at the Indian Institute of Management, Sarmor, India. Following her tenure as the head of department at the University of Africa and associate professor at Anant National University, Ahmedabad. She also serves as the vice president of the International Tourism Studies Association, where she leads membership and marketing efforts. A prominent voice in tourism research, Vanessa holds editorial roles including associate editor at the International Journal of Tourism Cities, assistant editor at Tourism Review, and social media director of ITSA and IGTC. She has contributed extensively to academia, publishing in renowned journals and editing several textbooks and research articles. Beyond academia, Vanessa is an international connector and strategist, recognized for fostering global collaborations and cross border partnerships through MOUS. She has received multiple awards across Mauritius, India, and Africa for her contributions to research and women empowerment. Passionate about community development, she has played a key role in policy and sustainability initiatives, serving as the vice president from 2010 to 2015 and president from 2015 to 2017 of the African Union. She was also the cluster secretary of women from 2015 to 2018 and deputy chair for tourism from 2018 to 2021 at the African Union ECOS OCC. Dedicated to women empowerment and social advocacy, Vanessa actively promotes gender equality through her involvement with World Advocates in Tourism and Women Academics in Tourism. She also serves as national coordinator for WAELE, Women Advancement for Economic and Leadership Environment, an international organization for supporting widows and young girls. With an impressive global network and over a decade of experience in teaching, training, and research, Vanessa continues to drive impactful initiatives in sustainable tourism, education, and community involvement worldwide.
Welcome, ma'am. Now we would like to facilitate you, ma'am. So can I please invite Professor Dr. Pranshu Chomple and Dr. Swati, ma'am, please?
so much. I think the introduction was too long and too generous. So you got it from LinkedIn, right? I knew that because you were talking about it's too generous. I think it's not that thing. Anyway, thank you so much. I would like to first apologize that I'm a bit late because I'm coming directly from the airport. I'm coming from Mauritius just now. So they have already introduced me. I am Vanessa. I got from Mauritius and currently I'm working at the Indian Institute of Management in Seymour. But more importantly, I am the Vice President of ITSA, International Tourism Studies Association. And this conference just now is taking place in collaboration with ITSA. So I understand that today I am supposed to talk a bit to you regarding the review process, about publication, about what you want to do in the future, especially regarding publication of research paper in our journal, International Journal of Tourism Cities, and also other journals. So I see there's lots of students here, and maybe faculty as well. I'm going to talk about something very different. I was on a very discreet on oil this one, like, you know that. You don't need this? No, we should have it's okay, it's okay. So I was saying that students and faculty who are interested to publish, there is something, there's a great saying, what is behind the scene is not seen. Do you know about this? What is behind the scene is not seen, which means that whenever you decide to publish a paper, you do some research work, you submit that paper to a publisher and to a journal, a publication house. There are many things that happen behind the scene and you do not know about it. And especially when we talk about students and faculty in this line, we are very desperate about publication. We are interested to publish because if we do not publish, we are going to perish. You know that. How many students have published here? Can you raise your hand? So not of course. And then the others. So you're planning to publish. Do you have an idea about what it takes to publish a paper? I mean, in terms of the time, in terms of the rigor, in terms of what is expected from you. Do you have an idea? How is the process?
It needs a lot of patience that time.
Patience and heart is beating like, fast and fast. And sometimes, let me tell you something. I'm going to share my experience. I'm not going to show you anything on laptop. I'm not going to share any theoretical, all those theoretical things with you. I'm going to talk about practical things. What happens with me? What happens in my life? And I'm going to share with you so that you're also aware of what is happening behind the scene. I'm saying what is behind the scene is not seen. So let's say, for example, as a reviewer, I receive papers, I would say, not one paper, many papers. It's a very challenging task for a reviewer, especially if you don't do the job properly, if you don't do the task properly, it can ruin the future of a student or a faculty. Sometimes you are so dependent on that publication because that publication will help you to get a confirmation in your job, will help you to get a position, will help you to move further. And because of that, you're not able to do it because your paper has not been published. Now, why your paper has not been published, has been rejected, there are lots of reasons behind. So usually as a researcher, I'm sure that if you're very young scholars, you need to be guided. You should not publish a paper all alone. You should always have a supervisor with you, or you should have a co-author with you, a co-author with experience. This is really very important. Because sometimes as a reviewer, we have the tendency to check with the author. And let me tell you, students, I am a reviewer. Whenever I see a paper, I look at the names. I go on LinkedIn, I check your credential, I try to see what you have done. And this also influences my thinking. But it should not be like that 100% because as a reviewer, you have to be very objective. It is a sacred task. It's like, you cannot reject the paper of someone because you're biased. Let's say, for example, I'm having a paper and I have a feeling that I know this paper is coming from Sunal, for example. I know Sunal.
And I will try to, have a soft corner. Let me try to, take it everywhere so that it gets published. But this is very bad. We should be ethical. It's a very heavy responsibility to be a reviewer. Because as a reviewer, you have to be ethical as well. You have to make sure that you are doing your task correctly. Credibility is very important because if you're not credible enough, you cannot review a paper. That is the reason why we don't have one reviewer, we have two or three reviewers. Sometimes if you're going to see a journal, relying on only one reviewer, you have to be careful. And also students, as a by the way, let me inform you, you have to be very careful about predatory journal. I'm talking in general just now. Predatory journal, there's lots of journals, especially when I came to India. I realized that there's lots of journals, I don't know from where they come, they are going to offer you opportunities to publish and they ask you for money. I don't know, it shouldn't happen. Actually, I have never heard about this type of practice, but when I came here, I started seeing journals asking for money. So I think that if the journal is asking you for money to get your paper published, this is questionable and debatable. Why? So which means that even if your paper is not rigorous, is not having a sound methodology, we get published because of that paper. So finally, it's no longer research, it's a business. Are we here to do business? No, we are not here to do business. We are researchers, and research is a very noble task. It's very important. You just imagine if there is no research, what's going to happen? How are we going to know how many people we have in India? How are we going to know how many female we have, how many male we have in India, in other countries as well? So statistics are very important, and statistics and research, they work together. So whenever we are talking about publishing a paper, as a reviewer, what are the things that we look into? The methodology, the way you have collected data. This is really very important. Now, in this era, what is happening, I have seen that not recently, since last year, I see that lots of students, they go to ChatGPT. How many of you have a ChatGPT account? Raise your hand. ChatGPT people, where are you?
Someone sitting over there.
All of you, I'm sure that have used ChatGPT. Sometimes you know what you do? I know what you do, students. Sometimes you don't even have an idea about the title of the paper. You go to ChatGPT, you get title of this and that, and then you get a nice title, and you send it, you write a paper based on that, and you submit. So when we look at those papers, we get to know that this is coming from ChatGPT. So you have to be very careful because we want you to be creative. We want you to be innovative. We don't want ChatGPT to think for you. Why should you? I also understand that students are telling me that long time ago, you used to calculate using pen and numbers and papers. Now we are using calculators. So they are saying to me that similarly, we are also using ChatGPT, but it doesn't make sense. We need to use our creativity and our mind. So coming back again to publication, I would like to say that it is a very challenging task, especially when you are a reviewer, because you have to be very diligent in what you are doing. Because if you make a small mistake, it can ruin the future of a faculty, it can ruin the future of a student. Sometimes, if you're a PhD student, you are expected to submit 2 papers in a X number category, whatever. Just imagine if your paper is not getting published, you become desperate. So now is an example here. She is my case study because she was my PhD student, Dr. Sunal. So many times you are sending messages, man, what is going to happen? They are not accepting my paper. So I am encouraging her. So this is a challenge. And if things are very easy, you just go anywhere, you just publish the paper, then we become like, going to the market and getting anything. Research cannot be like that. Research has to be rigorous. Research has to be spatial. Research has to be exclusive. We cannot say that everyone cannot become a researcher. And publishing is something very challenging as well, not only for the researcher, but also for the reviewer. I feel that for the reviewer, it's even more challenging. I will give you my own example. There are so many journals that approach me based on my LinkedIn profile. They are going to ask me to review papers. So if I want, I can review all those papers, but I refuse because I cannot. I have to be objective. I have to be choosy and picky. And I spend at least like 2-3 weeks to review one paper. I am going to review 4 or 5 lines and then afterwards 4-5 times. If you see someone reviewing your paper within 1 day, you know that that person is not genuine. We had a case at the International Journal of Tourism Cities because I am also an associate editor there. So in the system online, we know when you log in, when you log out. We gave one paper to someone to review, and that person entered the system at 1 a.m., 1.1 p.m. at night. After 2 hours, he submitted the paper with all the comments. So in less than 2 hours, he reviewed the whole paper. So when we saw that, we tried to analyze, and of course the paper was accepted. So for him, it was accepted. So we tried to analyze the situation, we realized that this was a bias case, and then we removed that person. So we also have a look at, especially I'm talking about International Journal of Tourism Cities. We are very rigorous and we are very conscious, we are very careful about and mindful about what we do. We do not want to have reviewers who are just coming here to fool around because it's about the credibility of the journal as well. It's really very important. And on and off, we also have some kind of exercise which takes place where journals are being awarded, journals are being ranked. And our journal has been ranked in the A category, so we do not want to compromise on the quality. So that is the reason why. Now, when we're talking about a journal, who makes the journal a credible one? It's the reviewer. It's the quality of the paper. It's also the researcher. It's also the researcher and the author at the same time. So I feel that there's lots of things to say regarding publishing a paper. It's a very hectic, I would say, lengthy and thorough process. And there are so many people who take part in that process. When you see a paper that has been published, behind that, there are so many things that have happened you do not even realize. And now, this is one side of the coin. Another side of the coin is when you submit your paper sometimes gets rejected. It can be either accepted by minor changes, accepted with major changes, or rejected. So many times, whenever your paper is rejected, you should not be demotivated. You should be happy. You know why? Because when someone is going to reject your paper, what they will do? To be able to reject your paper, you cannot just say, I'm going to reject your paper. Reject it. They have to provide you with all the comments why the paper has been rejected. What I do personally, I clap my hand and say, thank you so much, reviewer. You have given me all the feedback for free. So I have been given feedback for free. So I use the feedback, I improve the paper, and I submit it to another journal. This is what I did. I think my paper was rejected 2 or 3 times, one and my colleague. We were so desperate, we said, see, we are having feedback for free. Let's work on that. And we did it, and our paper was published. So this is what I want to send a message to you, that never be demotivated, never give up. If you have given so much of effort in a paper and you see that it has been rejected, sooner or later it will be accepted because you will get the feedback, you will work on the feedback, and then you submit it to another journal. Of course, you have to change the title. Do you have any question? Because there are so many things in my mind. I don't know what to say, I don't even know your position, where you are in your career. Do you have any question? No, you don't have a question. Why? You don't want to publish. No one wants to publish. No. This is very bad. No question. Yes. Please.
Myself, Dr. Nikhil, I'm from Chittigoyega University.
Dr. Nikhil? Yeah, from
Chittigoyega University.
from Goenka. Ravi is there, I think. Oh, yeah, okay.
So I'm having a good question. As in, if they are publishing paper and if it got rejected from any of the like from the journal side, so can we publish it in the same journal? After making the changes.
Can you repeat your question? Can you speak a bit slower?
So if we got rejected paper from any of the publishing house, so can we publish it after making the correction into it?
Basically, if a paper has been rejected, it has been rejected. If you would try to use the comment and resubmit it, maybe you have to change the title. Most of the time, it doesn't happen. If it's a rejection, it's a rejection. They will not accept it again because the reviewer have made a concise, like a conscious decision of rejecting the paper, there must be a reason. There must be several reasons. So if you want to resubmit the paper, you will have to change the title, tweak it or something. Because a rejection is a rejection, you know? So we have rejected you, so we have rejected you. Yeah. So you will have to work on the feedback and you can submit it somewhere else if you want to. Any other question? Yes or no?
So how should we choose the kind journal? What's the that I have the same question.
Depends. You want to know what we have got so many journals. We cannot say like it's just like how can I say? We have got the Bollywood scene, have got so many actors, and how can you say who is the best one? So it depends on the role, the other character, and the role. So for the journal also it's the same thing. All the journals are good one, but you have to be careful. Don't go in predatory journal. How you would know that you have got an official list of ABDC category? Usually go for ABDC or ABS. It's better. It's reliable, it's credible.
What's the right way to choose? Like first we see the call for the paper, or first we write the paper and then choose the journal.
No, this is a reverse process. See, if you have a call for a paper, someone is sending a call for a paper, you will have to go for the themes that are being asked for, like for example, you have to write on sustainable tourism. So you will write a paper on sustainable tourism, and then that call for the paper, they would already announce to you where they are planning to publish the paper. It would be something, I think, credible when you get a call from somewhere. But then you have to still check to make sure. Now, if you want to publish individually, you have got a piece of research which is like unpublished from your PhD and you want to publish, then you go online, you try to see the theme. For example, if it is something related to cities, tourism cities, the National Journal of Tourism Cities, if it is related to planning, tourism planning and development, it depends on, what the journal is offering in terms of needs. You have to go online. It takes time. It really takes time to know about it. If you want to publish like you might have written the whole thing, but to prepare that manuscript to get submitted takes time. It might take me 1 week. I have to make sure that the figure is according to the guidelines of the journal. I have, for example, have an abstract of 500. I have to reduce it to 200 because the journal wants, and journals are so crazy. They are all crazy people, all of them. Because someone would say 200, another one would say 500, sometimes would say Harvard, referencing, another one APA. So you have to go by their exigencies and their whims and caprices. Unfortunately, we have no choice. So we have to go by, because we want to publish the paper, they are established and they have got their credibility. So we have no other choice, we have to abide. So this is how it is. Any other question? Did I answer your questions? Yeah. Yeah, students still interested, I think, in research and application. So what are they doing in R&D? Then, what are you doing in R&D if you're not asking questions on publication and research? You don't do assignment, you don't have research, conducting research, you don't. No, you're just smiling. No question. First year student, that's fine. I don't have questions.
Ma'am?
Yes, tell me about your have a question.
Hi, my name is Om Sharma, and I'm in my final year of my master's in tourism. And right now, actually, I'm working on 2 research papers already. And like my mentor is also sitting right here. Alka ma'am. Alka ma'am is my mentor of those papers. So I just wanted to ask that, as sir asked, if your paper gets rejected sometimes, so do we need to change only the topic if we want to get it republished, or do we have to change the data also according to that?
So if your paper gets rejected, there must be several reasons.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have to think. You have to think very deeply. Why your paper should get rejected?
Okay.
So to start with, why should your paper get rejected? Because maybe there is something wrong in the way you have approached the methodology, or maybe something wrong in terms of the way you have presented the paper. Because I think that if you're really interested to do research, You will go through the proper process. You will do the data collection properly. You will write the methodology properly. The introduction will be well supported by evidences, and the conclusion will be good. You will show your practical implications, the theoretical implications, the area for future research. These are the basic things that you should do. Then, if you're telling me that the paper has been rejected, it means that there must be some solid reasons why. Unless these people are, crazy people, they are just fooling around, they don't like you, or something has happened somewhere. But then, when you get a rejection, definitely a rejection is accompanied by a set of feedback. So you work on your feedback, you improve the paper, you submit it again somewhere else, but of course you will not be able to submit to the same journal, because if the journal has rejected, it is in the system, they would see in the system. You understand my point? So do you think that your paper will be rejected?
No, not yet.
You
But
have no
just
right to think like this. If you have got Dr. Professor Alka, you have no right. It's a sin. If you have someone accompanying you, it's a sin. Your paper cannot be. It might have some kind of major change, but no
improvements.
It will guide you. I'm 100% sure.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Just a curiosity, I would say.
Paper
Thank you,
cannot
ma'am.
be. Yeah. It's not really difficult, even today, after so many years of experience, I don't think I got rejection so far. Maybe 2 years ago, I got a rejection. I'm trying to be honest. It was a crazy rejection. We could not understand why it was rejected. And me with someone very established. But we then reworked on the paper, we submitted it. We tried to highlight, they gave us some kind of crazy comments. We responded to the comments, then they realized that no, it was a mistake. Then they reconsidered our paper, and our paper was published. Sometimes it happens. As a reviewer, as a person myself, personally, I'm talking about myself, I get lots of papers to review, and we do it for free. We are not paid for that. But then at the end of the day, we think that I'm a researcher, I'm a professional, I have reached this position in my career. So if I don't do justice to my profession, who would do that? So we are trying to support for example, the tourism line mostly. So we try to support what we have, not our department, our line of study. Because if we don't do that, who would do that? And it's for free we're doing that. And we have to make sure that the paper that we are receiving, they are high quality paper. Otherwise, if we start publishing any kind of paper, happen to this world. It's very important. We have to protect. It's very important. Credibility, integrity is really very important when you're a researcher. It's very tough to be a researcher. It's tougher to be a reviewer. Because you have to review the papers of other people, and you have to make sure that you're not biased. You have to make sure that you're credible. You have to make sure that you're ethical. You have to make sure that you're timely. You cannot keep the paper of someone for 7 to 8 months, and then afterwards you say it's a rejection. Because you don't know what is the impact of that rejection on that person's future, on that person's career. Because especially in India, I've seen that you have got lots of pressure. You need 2 papers per year, 3 papers per year. And now if I read in your paper to tell me that it's rejected after 7 or 8 months, it's really unfair. So we have to be very careful. We have to be really very careful when we're reviewing people's papers, especially. And I also want to share something. I don't know why. I really don't know why. Outside, because I'm sitting in many boards, international, I'm talking about editorial board. I don't know why it is like this. Whenever they see a paper coming from India, I apologize for that. They have a tendency to reject.
Yes.
Why? No.
On the contrary, ma'am, all my papers now are with only Indian authors. I'm also rebellious with them and they're getting published.
Yeah.
They're getting
Why? It's like kind of bias to one. Maybe because of 3 people who did bad things, now the rest is paid for that.
So one perception that they have, which in 90% case is correct, although we are on YouTube.
Yeah.
Manipulation of the quantitative data is one concern for every journal, might be there for you also.
Yeah.
Because these are the scholars who are reading our papers and but nowadays it's not true. I mean, we are actually getting genuine data of some 600, 800 samples, and the results are absolutely true.
Yeah. It's very strange. In India, I think I've got smart, there are so many people very smart, they are doing research very nicely. I really appreciate the Indian scholars. They are doing lots of things, and I really appreciate. But I don't understand outside why they are having this type of crazy perception, and they have the tendency they see the Indian name and they reject. They don't even read the thing. I said to one of my colleagues, "But have to read. Let me check that first." So I don't. So I'm doing some YouTube.
Ma'am, I'm having one question. As in, we get into academics, we are in similar classrooms and taking lectures, etc. So how could we manage our time with the research?
You are asking me how to manage your time?
No, not mine, but it is a common problem for every of the faculty. Being into academics, they are busy with their own academic work. So how to everyone can manage easily with the research?
I have an answer for that. I was just talking to my colleagues. What I was saying to Swati, since I came to India, people are squeezing me. She was making a remark saying to me that you have lost weight. So the anecdote behind that, let me tell you. I have worked in Africa, I have worked in Europe, I have worked in Mauritius, I have worked in many other parts of the world, and I have worked in India. I don't know, the corporate culture in India is quite different. So here they have a tendency to give lots of work to the academics. So the faculty. So you have lots of teaching to do, lots of admin to do. You're not given proper time for research. Research you have to manage by yourself, and then I'm going to ask you for research. At the end of the year, there'll be how many papers you have published. So if you're giving me, you're stuffing me with so many kind of, responsibility. When will I have time for research? This is a challenge. But in other countries, they give lots of freedom for research. So research is a very important component for a lecturer, for an associate professor, for a professor. So we have time for that. But here we don't have time. If you want to publish, you have to manage your time. You have to do that at night. So that is the reason why some people are complaining to me. I go to sleep at 2, 3 o'clock, Rajneesh. I go to sleep in complaints. I go to sleep at 2, 3 o'clock because I am busy doing my research. I think Sunal also knows about that. I send emails. Professor Sajjan knows about that. I send emails at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. So if you don't manage your time, you will not be able to do it. But this happens only in India. I don't know why. In other countries, we are given proper time for research. And let me tell you, there is a difference. I am facing some challenges when I come to work in India. There is a term called academic freedom. For example, if I'm working, let's say I'm working at the University of Mauritius. I have classes twice a week. I just come for my classes and then I disappear. You will not see me at the university. I'm not going to sit in my office. The rest of the time, I have to manage. I will do my research. I might be meeting students. I might be supervising. I will do things. And to do research, you need isolation. You need privacy. You cannot write a piece of paper just like in front of many people. You need to find your productive time. Your productive time might be at 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning. Someone else's productive time might be in the morning, in the evening. My productive time was 12, 1, 2, 3. Now no longer. I've changed it because of some people. I've put it in the morning now. But it does not, it depends on the person. So you have to manage. In other countries, they give you time for research, but here we don't have time for research. They want you to do research, but they don't give you that time. It's a contradiction. I don't understand that. But I don't go every day. Even they are making complaint to me, they expect me to sit in the office from morning to evening, and then this means that you're working. But when are you going to do research? I will not be able to even write 2 lines if I'm going to sit in my office. Someone will come and say hi. Another one will come and say, when did you arrive? Whatever. So they keep on disturbing you. And on top of that, you will not even get an office where you are having your privacy. People will keep on disturbing. So your time, when you want to really do research, want to write, it has to be a private time for you. You have to find it yourself. Unfortunately, this is the reality. Yeah. I hope that I don't know whether I'm right. My observation is correct. So right. Professor Sajjan is here. He can change everything now. You're going to change everything. That's research time.
But I can speak for my institution, ma'am. We are not a very big brand, but in Delhi School of Business, I'm given classes only 2 days, scheduled days, say Monday and Tuesday, and I have a load of say 3 hours,
Yeah.
one day, 3 hours, second day.
Mhm.
That's all my load is. As a prof, not many admin duties also, and I give it to them. I said in the beginning also, I could have generated those 9A categories or 9C without Delhi School of Business. I'll give it to them. Yeah, for the category.
Yeah, they do not also realize that they rely on our publication to get it right.
So the institutions are
Yeah, they
changing.
need that, they need that.
Yeah.
They're not realizing, they're not giving you the time to do that. So
Institutions
how
are
do you
changing.
produce a category publication?
And if I can add to that, for
Yeah.
example, institutions like Jaipuria, Noida,
Yeah,
ma'am, nowadays we have 2 tracks in recruitment itself.
Yeah.
So there's a track for a researcher faculty, your KRAs, you're going to give me 2 papers. There's a track for faculties, your KRAs, you're going to give me 100% attendance in the class.
yeah.
You're going to generate that. And institutions like OP Jindal, this setup which you said, you come for 2 days, take your class and go back. So that is also coming in slowly and gradually, but it's coming in. It's coming.
Things are changing.
Things are changing. Yes.
It says here that everybody has to be a researcher.
Correct, correct. So there are different files.
We have to see the relationship between teaching and because to make your teaching more effective, more practical, more logical, you have to have research. Without having, because in reality, what we believe in, that every faculty must be encouraged to do research. Now, need not to be quantitative research, maybe qualitative, depending upon the subject I belong to. Maybe in my field, there is not much of quantitative, research opportunities, but qualitative, yes. Maybe systematic literature review-based research may be carried out in one or other way, but research should happen. It should come out from every faculty, and not just research, but quality research.
Yeah, so true.
We always say doing research is very easy, but doing quality research is not that easy. That means I need, of course, time, I need attention, I need focus, and I always say research is not 9 to 5 job, research is 24/7 job.
Yeah.
I mean, any point of time you may get an idea, at any point of time. In any way you can get the idea, jot it down. I mean, one must be good at jotting down things. Don't just depend upon the great part of your body because that sometimes cheats you because there are so many diversions. So you always jot down the point. And I remember one of the former minister, Kapil Sibal, he said that I composed my book on poems, beautiful poems he wrote in his book. He said, I jot them down whenever I got an idea, even flying, I'll pick up a napkin, tissue paper, and I write it on that. So that kind of habit we must have. We are losing the habit of writing. We are more depending upon machines.
AI, ChatGPT.
AI is another disease for us. We have to have a cure. So it's a disease for us. So it will actually cripple, which will make us handicapped. Originality will disappear. Authenticity will disappear. We will more depend upon the AI, given topics, given solutions, given concepts, but we will stop thinking. The artificial brain will work, but our original brain will stop working. So research is something which everybody must enjoy. I mean, it is out of enjoyment. It is not out of compulsion.
It's not pressure, it's pleasure.
No, it's not out of not pressure, but out of pleasure. So one must enjoy it. I believe in that. That's my theory. I'm not a very high quality researcher, but yes, whatever we try, we try to do justice with it, enjoy it. I think they wanted me to give concluding remarks. So that's not that way.
Yeah, what I want to say is that I think that research is an integral part of human life. We cannot live without research. There will be no progress in society without research. Because let's say, for example, for a disease, you need someone to do some kind of experiment and research to be able, even your mother is doing research. You might be saying that my mother is a housewife. She goes to the market to buy tomato. She does market research. She goes to forest and buys up, kitna hai tomato, 2 rupees, I don't know. So it is market research going on. So research is so part of our life, but we do not see from this perspective. So in each and every aspect of life, we do research. Even if you're going to buy a branded t-shirt, do you go just buy it like that? You will go to toothpaste shop. What are you doing? Market research. You want to go to the best school. You're going to do some kind of analysis, environmental analysis or environmental business analysis or whatever, situational analysis. So that's all types of analysis that you can do. So we keep doing research every day. You do not realize it, but it's research. So here we are talking about academic research. That's why people are saying, oh my God, we're scared of that. But you're already doing it.
Yeah. Hello, I would like to share my experience. So hello to everybody. I'm coming from Montenegro. It is a very small country situated in the southeast of Europe, and I'm very proud that I'm here with you today. And I really agree with this topic and with your experience, what you share. So unfortunately, I think that we share the same experience. So, for example, I'm a professor and a dean at the University of Tourism. So I have to do a lot of things to do on my lecturing, then administrative work, and I have to do research as well. And to do the practice with students on all levels. So on the level of bachelor studies, master degree, doctoral studies. So at the end of the day, we haven't enough time for our research. And this is the problem. So we realized at our university that we need to make a balance and try to find out to make a department for researchers, which will help, especially young researchers, how to settle all this process. And I really agree with the professor that when you work your research, you have to enjoy. Enjoy it. You have to enjoy. And you need to put yourself in it. So it means that you're going to sleep with the idea. With an idea. Yes. And in the morning you wake up and say, oh, what is the problem? Oh, I can solve that problem. What is my purpose? How I can shine. So I think that it is the qualitative way and how to be innovative. Yes, innovative. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, I agree with you because only then you can make your research more relevant. The relevance can come whether it is relevant for society, for the corporate world, for the community, for the educational institutions, it can hold relevance only when it is original. Like you said, you get up early in the morning, you cut your time and you think, what are the problems around your life? Right? So when I commute, there's a lot of traffic. I remember when I was doing my PhD, so in Delhi, there used to be traffic jams. So I used to spend a lot of time, even when I was on a two-wheeler. At that time, I had a two-wheeler. Even I was spending a lot of my PhD was about in 96. So I used to spend a lot of time on commuting. So I thought, how can I, resolve problem of Delhi? So at that time, I suggested if we have got roundabouts in Delhi, and then how to suggest the size of the roundabout. So I started counting on the movement of the vehicles. How many vehicles move on one particular road and what size is. Maybe I have got in one area where we have only medium-sized vehicles, but on other areas we want heavy vehicles. So I suggested, on the basis of the pattern of traffic movement, the size of roundabouts. And then Delhi came down and EWD started working on that. I suggested them 117 roundabouts in Delhi, they came up with 61. And that eased out the traffic. So that holds the social relevance, the community relevance of the research. I think if we start thinking about the problems and give solutions, that's accurate. I mean, that makes sense for your research.
While I finished my lecture, Pranshu sir gave me a very good feedback, sir, which I had not thought about. He said, ma'am, one paper published on accent problems on VA and one on the way. The one which is published, please send it to some manager in Siri or Google. Send it to them, show it it's published, and get an email from them, acknowledging the fact that this is a problem. If I can get that, that would be great. And he's going to help me out in it now.
That's the need of the art collaborative work.
Yes.
There's also another reality maybe we are not really talking about. You know, when we are trying to write, especially PhD students or even other students, we have the tendency of writing today we are going to write 2-3 lines. Then next day we are going to party, we forget about it. And then another day we are going to write 2 lines. And then, oh, okay, it's weekend, let's relax, today is public holiday. So unfortunately, it doesn't work this way. If you have to be passionate, you have to be obsessed by what you're doing, in the sense that if you have started writing, especially I'm talking about paper, research papers, you have to do it every day. And you should feel that there's a flow. Sometimes it happens like there's a flow coming. You have to write as much as you can. Give your 100%. Always give your 100% and write. Because tomorrow maybe you will not have the same inspiration. So which means that whenever you're writing, you have to make sure that you do it every day. Unfortunately, it's a reality because for me, it did not work. If, for example, today I will write a few paragraphs, the next day I do something else because I have got lots of admin work to do. Then the day after, I lose motivation. I'm no longer. I'm going to share a very relevant example. I started writing something after coming for a conference from Latvia. It's very interesting topic. I wrote almost half of the paper. Till today, I have not finished the paper because in between, I've got so much of admin work that I've forgotten the paper. I'm demotivated now. But I have to try to see how to catch up again. So it's very important to make sure that when you're writing, you do it every day. Try to find time and keep in touch. It's just like you're keeping in touch with your parents. You have to see your parents, you say hello to your mom and dad every day. It's important. It's just like your mom and dad, right? Your relative, your writing, it's very important. You cannot neglect. Yeah. Any other question?
Very well said.
I hope that I'm not hijacking all your time. No? It's done. Do we stop or should I continue?
I think we still have the concluding part and the rewarding part of this workshop. We have to reward participants with their certificates.
Yeah.
And that can be, justice can be done by the associate person. What about it?
Yes, sir.
Big motivator.
Yes, sir. So thank you, ma'am, for the positives. Yeah, we keep that in mind. Please join us, sir, please. Should I stay? Yes, ma'am, we'll give you the certificate. So can I request you to be here?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. So I would like to thank all the participants for coming over. And now we will be distributing the certificates. Ms. Shweta Sinha.
Virtual, we will be sending them. So virtually, we'll send them.
Right, right. For all the participants who joined us virtually, the certificates will be sent across. Ms. Ishita Trivedi.
Mr. Khemlal Lama. Mr. Arun Pathak. Miss Bimla Rimal. Mr. Nishant Kumar. Mr. Rajiv Gulshan. Miss Deepika Roy. Miss Ritika Verma. Mr. Vinod Aryal. Mr. Tambir Raj Bhatta. And last but not the least, Miss Rama Timalsina.
We would request all the participants after the lunch to stay back for the second workshop, which would be conducted by Dr. Omar Walde from the United Nations Tourism Academy. He's all over from that place here to conduct a workshop to teach you about how we can get the accreditations regarding UNWTO. So kindly stay back.
Tourism offers, apart from certification,
Yes, sir.
also, they offer faculty development programs also, they offer excellent program also. So I think each year with us, and they'll be conducting exercises also for both virtual and for physical attendees. So they are creating groups. There'll be, a breakup group. So that will be wonderful exercise. You can stay back after lunch also with us. Okay, thank you.
So we have a memento for just brief, ma'am.
Brief, hello. As a token of
Appreciation and
token of appreciation, gratitude back.
Thank you.
Let's continue one frame.
And we have
Marketing person.
great to have you here.
Thank you, sir. We all are researchers, we are a community, so all of us.
We are all teachers.
Thank you so much.
We are not teachers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Let's
you.
go for a while.
So let me thank both the resource persons for the day to take out your time to be here. We are really glad to have you. We can be here for a group picture. How many sir?
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, faculty members, students, and industry professionals. It is my absolute honor to welcome you all to this insightful pre conference workshop on quality in tourism education, building capacity for a sustainable and competitive future. The tourism and hospitality industry is evolving rapidly and ensuring quality in education and industry integration is essential to shaping the next generation of leaders in this sector. We are privileged to have you with us, distinguished experts who have made remarkable contributions to tourism education and industry development. Their insights today will help us navigate the challenges and opportunities shaping the future of the tourism and hospitality sector. It is my privilege to introduce to Dr. Manohar Sajnani, Dean Faculty of Hospitality and Tourism and Director, Amity Institute of Travel and Tourism. Dr. Manohar Sajnani is a distinguished academic and researcher in the field of hospitality and tourism education. He currently Dr. Sajnani, please take the stage.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Some of you who were present in the morning session also, but this session is different. But before I point out the difference between morning session and this session, let me welcome each one of you on behalf of our Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, on behalf of our Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, our Vice Chancellor, most dynamic Vice Chancellor Dr. Balvinder Shukla ma'am, and on behalf of one and all from my team, for this workshop, which is aimed at carving out, sharing with you the benefits of having any accreditation, certification, global certification for your curriculum, for the progressing of the students, academic progress of the students. So when we got in touch with Mr. Vikas, who is also the founder of Detour, and is a consultant for UNWTO, now United Nations Tourism Academy. When we got connected and we realized and we thought, why don't we do a workshop on this theme? That how can such certification bring quality in our designing of the curriculum, delivery of the curriculum, and benchmarking of the curriculum. With this objective, this workshop is designed, and there could be no better person to deliberate, to discuss than Dr. Uma Walde, Executive Director, United Nations Tourism Academy. He has been the brain behind this for so many years. In fact, all updates on the certification which UNWTO has come out or new programs for faculty development, which UNWTO, now Attitude Tourism, has done. He has been the driving force. He is on the driving seat. He is the driving force behind these programs. Even when I was sitting with him in the morning, he has got such great plans for the discipline of tourism, hospitality, in aviation management. Now, without standing between you, Dr. Umar Walde, and Vikas, I welcome once again each one of you for this pre-conference workshop number 2. The conference in itself is going to be a mega conference starting from tomorrow with the pre-inaugural session where we will have our keynote speaker, Professor Mariana Sigala. Professor Mariana Sigala is not a new name in our fraternity. Anybody who is a member of this academia, tourism, hospitality, aviation management, they know about Mariana Sigala. I think the number of citations that she has, more than 15,000. She has been the editor chief for 3 journals, all Scopus, Emerald. She has been editor in chief for ABDC journals. She is the authority. She will be with us tomorrow for our pre-inaugural address, keynote address, followed by the inaugural session, wherein Honorable Union Minister for Tourism and Culture, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, will be the chief guest. Along with him, we will have a galaxy of personality, including Dr. Omar Walde on the stage, and of course, academia, industry will be there together for a roundtable session with the industry on day 2. So this conference is actually unique in one other way also, that for the first time a tourism expo is being planned. Tourism expo is being planned wherein 27 companies will be showcasing their products through the expo. Stalls have been put up. They'll be available for B2B meet, B2C meet, even B2S. When I say B2S, means business to students. So even students can interact with them and you can have learning from them. With these words, I welcome once again all the participants who are present physically and virtually. I can see there are more than 30 participants present virtually. Dr. Mavalde is a very encouraging response. I think your name has been the pulling factor, and I think most of us will have greater benefits from his presence and deliberation. I will request each one of you to have a big round of applause for Dr. Mavalde. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sajnani. Now I would like to request Dr. M. Sajnani to facilitate our guest, Dr. Omar and Mr. Vikas. Next, I'm delighted to introduce Mr. Vikas Tamre, founder and managing partner, DTORR, and consultant, India Market Engagement and Development. Mr. Vikas Tamre is a seasoned tourism industry leader, business strategist, and consultant with over 19 years of experience. As the founder and managing partner of DTORR, he specializes in market engagement, destination development, and tourism consultancy. He has actively contributed to skill development and tourism education, serving as a certified trainer for Skill India and International Trade Center. His research on business travel, MICE, meetings, incentivities, conferences and exhibitions, and sustainable tourism has been widely recognized. His experience in international business and destination marketing makes him a valuable contributor to this workshop. Mr. Tamre, please come to the stage.
So I would like to thank you, Amity University and leadership of Amity University and Professor Janani and the team for having us today here. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for the welcome. I would like to welcome Omar and I would like to brief you about Omar. Omar comes from Argentina originally and he holds a bachelor degree in public relations and executive master program in tourism management from Madrid. His career experience in telecommunication, IT, media industry, and also he shifted to Andorra and joined in 2004. He joined UNWTO Themis Foundation. So I would just put UNWTO had Themis Foundation as a primary identity, change it to UNWTO Tourism Academy, then now change it to UN Tourism Academy. So there over the period of almost 20 years, 21 years, 3 brand has been evolved and it's great to also get the benefit out of it. He had joined 2004 UNWTO Themis Foundation and then 2010 he has been promoted as executive director. Since then, he leads leadership program, capacity building program throughout the world and initiatives in education collaborations with member states. I would like to put member states as India is one of the member states for UN tourism. His focus is enhancing quality, competitiveness, sustainability in tourism education. He believes India's growing influence in the global tourism economy and strong industry academia collaboration and competitive approach would benefit whole industry ecosystem. He committed to ensure that UN Tourism Academy continues to work with partners to make tourism education more sustainable, innovative, and future ready. And that's what today's session is all about. He passionate outdoor enthusiast. He is a skiing instructor. So if you want to have some tips from Omar on skiing, he can give you. Also, he enjoys hiking and alternative tourism practices. So I welcome you, Omar, on behalf of UN Tourism Academy and also Amity University. Now, Omar will open the session.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, all the people in this room. It's a nice audience and the people also connected online. I'd like to thank, first of all, the nice word of precast, but especially Mr. Dr. Sajnani, who has welcomed us and included UN Tourism, who is also part of this conference. Amity, it's a pleasure for me. It's the first time I come to Amity, so it's a pleasure for me. This university is the only university in India who has the UN Tourism TED-Qual certification. I will be explaining a little bit what this is all about. So congratulations. Since 2013, I think it was their first certification, and they've been renewing this certification for all these years. So it's a pleasure for me to be here and to see how immense it is. So because you can always read the numbers of the papers, but you come and see the thousands of people moving around here is really amazing. So thanks again for organizing this wonderful conference. So we will be discussing about quality in tourism education, how to build capacity to improve the future of tourism, the tourism sector, and the tourism labor force. And I'm saying that we will be discussing because I'm not an academic. I'm just good at gathering good people and ideas from people. And if we can give them voice through UN tourism, through the United Nations, it could be, I think, a great opportunity. So first of all, what I will do is I will let you know, just to open the discussion, what we do in the UN Tourism Academy. I would like to mention also that the United Nations and Tourism Organization is in Madrid, in Spain, and the UN Tourism Academy, that is the office that I manage, it's in the Principality of Andorra. And on the do anybody know where Andorra is? And raise their hand if you do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not so many. Okay, it's not in Africa, it's not Angola. It's in Europe. It's a very, very small country between Spain and France in the Pyrenees. I am originally from Argentina, but now I am Andorran too, so I've been living there for now 25 years. So I think that Andorra's populations may be smaller than this campus and surrounding area. So it's only 80,000 inhabitants in 500 square kilometers. So it's a very, very tiny nation. So as I mentioned before, I would like to mention a few things that we do from UN Tourism to promote tourism education, knowledge, and the reinforcements of the human and labor market in tourism. First of all, we do executive educations, and our main clients are the government officials from our member states. That is naturally, of course, ministries of tourism or whatever ministry is in charge of the tourism and policy in our member states. So the different topics in which we do training comes from tourism strategy, policy, sustainability, marketing, and human development, tourism and poverty alleviation. I mean, many things, and depending on the request of our member states. Different formats also, we have seminar, workshops, courses, and also in different modes that can be, they used to be on site, most of them. After the pandemic, governments got convinced that online education is a possibility because they were imposing it to the rest of the population, but they didn't do it themselves. So now they are convinced. So now most of our initiatives are hybrid. So we try to keep the theoretical concept in online format and then the most practical approach in on-site format. When it comes to quality assurance, we have two branches. One is addressed to destination management organizations, destination level, and the people who work in destination level, and also in education. That is the one that I mentioned before, like this university has. When it comes to destinations, we analyze different performance areas like strategic leadership and the execution and efficient governance to see how the destination management organization relates to the destinations and to all the local stakeholders. And of course, as we are an education institution, an education organization, our main focus is on the second phase, that is not only assessing and evaluating the quality and not only certifying after an audit, but mainly giving them training, giving them an improvement plan, training by different sources, and of course after that they can obtain the certification. We also have partnerships in education together with some institutions around the world. And one of the requisites for these partnerships are that these institutions have the TED-12 certification. And we have different programs related to destination management, hotel management, tourism in general, Even with Mexico, we have a PhD program in partnership with UN Tourism. I will just quickly go over all the initiatives just to break the ice, and then we can start discussing which could be the ways for universities, for faculty members, for the students, and for the private sector to improve and to think about the future and what may come. In our webpage, you can always see and also see different webinars that are available that we started developing during the pandemic to make the most of the online training. They are still available there, and we are adding every now and then, we're adding new ones to this platform. And I would like to discuss just a little bit the tourism and jobs and skills for the future. And this will be, as I mentioned before, just a little bit of information of different research projects that we conducted in different member states and from other sources too. In some cases, it will be a little bit generalistic information. In some cases, it will be more specific. What will be the emerging skills that the sector or the employers, when I say employers, I mean both the private sector or the public sector. So when we talk about government or especially local governments, that in tourism is very important. Analytical thinking and innovation, active learning, continuous learning, lifelong learning. It's a very important skills that is being valued. And technology, design, and programming, of course, creativity, complex problem thinking. As you can see, many of these skills are not directly content related, but are, of course, soft skills, as you may imagine. Which are the problems that sometimes, and we've been discussing this during today with Bricas, Dr. Sajnani, and other colleagues, the seasonality of the tourism work can be sometimes a barrier of entrance, something that takes away some of the students to choose to study tourism or then to work in the tourism sector. But it can also be considered a benefit because in many cases this seasonality obliges the companies to hire big numbers of people, and it could be good opportunities for fresh graduates to have their first working opportunity. It doesn't happen in other sectors. When it comes to job and career image, in general, parents have this idea that they will be working the weekends, which is true. They will have weird holidays, which is true. And the wages are not always the best. So these are some of the challenges that the tourism and education sector needs to face and to think when designing education and training programs in tourism. The vital role of education and training, I would like also to mention that in many cases, like we've been discussing today, we are teaching with a methodology from the last century with contents that may be relevant now in the best case, because in general, many institutions use content from long time ago if they haven't updated their curricula. But these professionals will be joining the labor market in maybe 3, 4, or 5 years. So who knows what's going to happen? So concentrating on soft skills, like I mentioned before, could be more interesting than knowing which is the last trend or the last sustainability indicators, which of course is important, but soft skill and capacity to learn throughout life is maybe more important than this. When it comes to recommendations that we did for different member states, different projects, or different institutions, is to embrace modern career pathways in tourism. not only from the organizational point of view, but also from the individual, also to empower the student and the individuals for them to themselves make their own career pathway in a way that they can design their own future, because it's getting more and more difficult to know what the future will look like. That is something that I would like to hear from you. So change will be the main word, I think, that we need to make present in the students' mind, because maybe things will be different when they graduate, and within 2, 3, 5 years, many work will be replaced by AI, many works may change, and so the continuous learning is one of the most important soft skills that I would like to mention. So modern tourism career should be multi-dimensional, no linear. So maybe some students will start in the tourism sector, may go to other subsectors within tourism, or to a complete different tourism sector, learn and bring the knowledge from there and apply it to the tourism sector. So the important thing is to develop out of the constraints of a single organization or an occupational setting. The wider we go, the more competitive, and the wider they go, the more competitive they will get, especially in tourism. So some things to highlight also in some of the recommendations we did is that a wide range of skills requirement and present a range of a wide range of opportunities. Sorry. The turnover can be high, so this is something that they need to take also in consideration. But there are some advantages also, like the low barriers to entry. So many times tourism is seen as a first job to gain experience. This is something to make the most of. So the best way to develop strategies to solve the skills gaps that we find in many member states, this is other things that we do at destination level, at sectoral level in many member states, is to establish the skill gaps. This is something that the TED-Quad certification always does, is to implement a comprehensive set of actions targeting the full tourism skills ecosystem. Not only think about specific contents, but also think about which are the skills that the sector is demanding, and within the country, in the region, and why not in the world. Another recommendation and another initiative that we are working on is in the creation of a tourism labor market observatory, to have some information feeding this type of reports from the world. So the idea would be to create a network of observatory in different member states with the support of TED-Qual certified institutions who may want to collaborate with this, to have a, let's say, annually or biannually and survey with employers, students, local community, to know how the labor market in tourism is behaving. And maybe we can extrapolate ideas for the regions, and if we have and gather information from the regions to the world. So I will try to jump. This is another recommendations we did, and this is something I would like to discuss with TED-Qual certified institutions, to check to what degree the apprenticeship programs are in place. We are working also in the renovation of the TED-Qual certification, so things like this will start being evaluated when we give the certification to education and training institutions around the world. Well, there's a nice, good sample from Surrey University when it comes to this type of initiatives. I will share my PowerPoint presentations with Dr. Sajnani. So Dr. Sajnani, you can share it with all the attendees to the. I will try to go directly to the STEPWAL certifications and the tourism faculty development programs that we work on. First of all, the TEPWAL certification aims to close the gap between what the employer needs and what the universities, what type of professional the universities are producing. It's not about aligning 100% with what the employers needs, but it's making sure that they take these needs into consideration. So the key performance area of when we evaluate universities and tourism schools are how they relate with the employers, how often they meet, how they train their faculty, how well they manage their faculty members, how well they mentor their faculty members or give facility for their faculty members to be trained, how the management work, and what the curricula looks like. Not at content level, because you and tourism will not tell any institutions what to teach, but to make sure that this curricula has been updated or has certain procedures to be updated, considering new technologies, considering new knowledge, and considering also the needs and the trends in the employment sector. Of course, the Global Code of Ethics in Tourism that involves ethics and sustainability is present throughout these 4 areas, and the focal point all this is the students. At the end of the day, is the input and the output of any education and training and institution. Here you can see a map with the universities we have around the world, and that has the TEDPOD certification. Right now, we have more than 110 universities with more than 250 programs TEDPOD certified and around the world. Some of these institutions, and some of them you may know, like ESSEC, Model University in Vienna, Surrey University, Bournemouth University, George Washington University, Capilano University, UQAM from Canada. I mean, you name it, we have many, and many in Asia and the Pacific. China is growing a lot. In India, we only have an Amity, and considering the size, I think we are okay with Amity here, but any other university, of course, will be welcome. I would like to jump now to another initiative that is the Tourism Faculty Development Program. And we found that certifications give a continuity to the work that we do with universities, and we want to do something similar with professors, with people who is working in education and training institutions. Many recognitions sometimes are given once and then forgotten, but in the case of the TED-Qual that I was explaining before, in the case of Amity, for example, every 3 or 4 years, the university needs to go through a new audit, a new renewal process, and they need to show improvement. Doesn't matter how well they did during the last, there are always areas of improvement, so the continuous improvement is the goal. When it comes to individuals, we found out that throughout the years, in the 24 years that this academy exists, we have trained thousands of people around the world, but we have no continuity. We know little about them. And I think that establishing a direct relationship with the tourism faculty is the way to go through a certification also. So we came out with this tourism faculty development program that is the only one provided by UN as a way of improving the knowledge and the skills of the tourism faculty members in different institutions. the first country where we implemented this program was in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now we are implementing it in Uzbekistan, in Samarkand. And next one's coming, maybe 2 or 3 countries in Europe, Americas, and we will start extending. So again, I think this could be a good opportunity to partner also with Amity and university to start from here and try to spread it to the region. So the program is, there are 2 basic tracks. One of them is addressed to tourism and hospitality educators and trainers, and also for department heads or college deans who needs to have an idea on quality. And why this program was created, it is important to mention that historically, many of the professors, especially when tourism was not an area of knowledge very well recognized in many institutions. In general, we had economists, geographers, anthropologists, sociologists, but not tourism professionals within the tourism and faculties, say. So the idea would be that any faculty member has some ideas on basic aspects of tourism, advanced aspects of tourism, and for those who already have all this knowledge, learn how to teach the latest trends, especially to the new generations. So the content we developed, and in this case, it was for Saudi Arabia. In the case of Uzbekistan, there is one module only that changed, that needed to be adapted. But of course, it will be an update on the current trends of tourism. Building relationship with the industry, we consider it very, very important, having a professor that is not somehow related to the industry and can bring efficiency down. Quality management in tourism education and training. This is especially addressed to college and deans or managers. Teaching a strategy for generations Y and Z. We consider it very, very important. When we were on the lockdown during the pandemic, the comments we received from many institutions was that students didn't have many issues to adapt to study online. The issue was that many professors, many teachers, it's not that they didn't know how to use a computer. Who said yes? One of the students. And it's not that they don't know how to use a computer, but the thing is, Generation Z are digitally born and we are not. So knowing how to teach, how to motivate, how to monitor, how to follow up, how to create content in online format needs a complete different approach. And so that's why we included a module on teaching strategies. And how to teach tourism innovation, investment, digital marketing, tourism product and destination development, how to teach sustainability, ethics, culture, how to teach hospitality management, innovations in hospitality, and also a set of international good practices from our network of institutions. So the content for this and training in that specific case was created by different partner institutions and around the world with experts from different institutions from our network of education institutions, and has basically this structure that it has a pre-module reading, some booklet of something between 30 and 100 pages, depending on the module, and online and training delivery in a webinar format, or depending the number, we also did it on a course format. There is a multiple choice test at the end of all the modules, and then they can obtain the TFDP certifications from the UN. But at the end of the day, when we discuss the future of education in tourism and how to improve competitiveness and sustainability, we try to think in three main areas: the trainers, the curricula, and the students. So if we attack from different perspectives, we think about the trainers, is what I have just explained. We created the tourism faculty development programs. And when we think about the curricula, and always looking for innovation, and this is something that we tackle with the UN Tourism TED Qual certifications. And when it comes to students, we still do not, of course, that these previous mentioned certifications affect the students, but I think there is enough room for development, a lot of room for development when it comes to apprenticeship programs, on-the-job training, continuous learning, and many other initiatives that could be discussed. And I think that maybe you can help me to fill some of the blanks that we have in this model. So thank you very much. I'm open for any questions Thank you. Before we go to the practical part of things, so in case you have any question, please raise your hand and I'll be happy to answer.
Be here to answer the questions. The moderator of the session now will be, putting questions for the benefit of the participants. Because over to you.
So I wanna request if anyone of you has a question here on online participation. If the people are online, if you have a question, I would request you to put in the chat so that we can address the question. Anyone of you here? Any question? Yes, Rajiv.
Good afternoon, each and everyone. Namaste. Jule, Salam, Assalamu alaikum. Okay, so I'm Dr. Rajinder. Recently shifted to Delhi and I'm teaching as an assistant professor tourism management at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University. Before this, I was working with the University of Ladakh for almost I spent 3 years there. So I think the question lies between this imagination itself. We have a major problem that it is obvious that tourism jobs are considered as low paid, longer working hours. So how can we address all these issues? Because after coming to Delhi, students we have a vocational bachelor of vocational education. So it is more specifically towards the job role based education. So we are facing the issues from the students. Students are saying like we are not ready for the hospitality jobs, but we are ready for the tourism-based jobs. So it's a bigger challenge, and we are just beginner in academia. So please share your experiences for all this. Thank you.
I think one can start. I can
Okay. Yeah, I will. Of course, manage expectations is very, very important. And I think that one of the things we evaluate at university is whether the right information is given at the right time. So before you enroll a program, you should know what this program will be like and what the and working expectations will be like. So if you enroll in hospitality, it's one story. If you enroll in tourism, it can be different. And it would also be important that they know the career path. That's something I mentioned before. I mentioned that they should be responsible for creating their own career path. So if they plan to be to work from Monday to Friday, they need to invent something new. Because tourism or hospitality are a weekend job, and weird scheme of hours also. So it's important to give the right information and to empower students to create their own career path. To know that at the beginning, yes, you will have to work a lot of hours, weekends, but then in the future, who knows, can obtain other positions.
I fully agree with what Dr. Omar said, that we need to convey the right role and right function with the right perspective to our students. My student of tourism and hotel management should not compare themselves with professional management programs. I should not say you'll become manager in 2-year career a chart. No, we have to actually train them on skills, specialized skills. Today, the industry demands specialized skills. They don't want generic skills. They want specialized skills. Today the challenge before any academic institution is: do I have the faculty to train my students on specialized skills? I cannot have faculty for every skill. I cannot. But what I can do, I can collaborate with the industry. I can bring in industry to share their knowledge, experiential learning, and some module can be embedded in your curriculum. When we got our UNWTO certification in 2013, the first thing the auditor, when he came, I still remember, Anthony Carlo came, he asked us, with the opening, he said, Dr. Sarvani, you are the director. You tell me what makes your students different. If you can answer this question, you have killed the cat. So that's why when Dr. Omar was showing that slide, where student was in the center and others were supporting. So everything leads to the success, everything leads to the satisfaction, everything leads to the happiness of student. Whatever we are doing, it goes to the student-centric. Student-centric. So the point is how I can make my student different. And that can happen only when we give them a true picture, a true image, with a true time frame. That in how many years my student will become manager. I should not say he'll become manager in 2 years, but rather I must say they are the opening batsmen. They have to slog for some time, but once the slog over is over. In cricket, when you say when the opening batsmen come, they take time to settle down. But once they are settled, then they are the problem for the bowlers. They are the problem for the fielders, right? So similarly, when I become a specialist of my field, whether it is outbound, inbound, operations, mice, or whatever vertical I say, once I become a destination specialist, a content writer, a content developer, we have got commercial specialists from US Embassy. They know their job so well. They are into commercials. They know. So they are specialists. So once I make my student specialist, sky's the limit for them. And they would love to work. Actually, long working hours is a problem when I start working with a block. But when I enjoy my work, long working hours seems to be like a canvas. Bigger the canvas, more I can paint. I think that feeling should come to the mind of our students. Sorry, yeah.
Sir, I agree with all the words that you have said. I am also, I'm from the industry, I'm an entrepreneur, I have my own travel agency. It's like 20 years experience now in the industry. I agree with you that the skill is absolutely necessary, but I have seen, I'm talking in context of Indian Institute, Tourism Institute, whoever is giving this education, the tourism education. Now, the major emphasis is given on the theoretical part. I agree regarding the practical also, but the practical part or the skills can be learned only if the student is dealing practically in the agencies or maybe in the embassy or the visa, EFS and other segments of the industry. But when do they get chance to get into? There's a gap between the entrepreneurs and the student. Like I have recently, I have joined Mata Sundari College as a guest faculty, like it's 2.5 years now. teaching the tourism students. Now the major drawback that I saw that I mean they are just joining for the sake of joining, course join karna additional subjects mein and they have joined. Theoretically, it's okay, we teach them and all, but when the practicality comes, the main thing among the, I'm the student of nowadays, a lot of hard times, because we really wanted to learn. But now the main thing is that what salary will I get initially? Initially, the salaries are very low in the industry. All from the industry will agree with me on this point. And when we talk about this, what do you say, that summer trainings or internship, there are very few people, very few professionals who give a chance. You can come and I will train you because I know that people don't have time to train. So somehow we have to make a break between the students, between the academia and the admissions and the professionals, the real professionals who are dealing in the industry in a day-to-day basis. We know that what are the pros and the cons and what are the things that we have to come across. Theory and practical is completely different. बहुत अलग है sir. You will agree to it. So that bridge has to be built between both, so that the student learns and they come up.
We are the engineers. We are the engineers. Teachers are the engineers.
Yes, sir.
Let's create that bridge.
I understand. I mean, that has to be done.
Let me tell you. As a teacher, you must play. Dr. Umar, I think I'll answer this question because Indian context, I know. I think how we slog in this. I tell you, you pledge as an institution that I will not supply my student cheap. I will not sell them cheap. Industry needs people. I don't do that. When I bring in companies, my placement coordinator is not here. She will tell you, I am demanding. I am very demanding. I put a bracket. If you are not able to offer this kind of salary to my student, don't visit me. And my placement fee does not last for 2 weeks. Even less than 2 weeks. I'm over. Because when you demand, it tells the company that you are giving them skills. You are giving them the value. They don't mind paying. But now, how can you bring in practicality? Like what we do in Amity. We have created virtual sessions. I'll take one batch to a hotel. I give example. I'll take them to 5 operational areas of the hotel. When they are visiting front office, somebody is recording the session of this virtual tour of front office. Front office manager is explaining everything. Virtual tour is complete. They go to housekeeping, that virtual tour. Now when they come back, they show this session to other students. So now you are a virtual tour of hotel. Right? And the functions are also shown to them. How are they doing it? So you create lesson 1, lesson 2, the online modules, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So virtually, even physically they're not there, but they can see how things are happening. So they get hands-on learning, and then they can practice in their labs, but they have learned it from the professional. Virtual. Yeah, you have to create that, the environment for them. If you can do that, well, this will. This is what I tell you. The good practice, the best practice. What I told my first auditor, what makes my student different? I said my student meet at least 50 industry people every year. He was amazed. He was amazed. How do they meet 50 industry people in a year? I said I take my students to every tourism expo. My students work in Sate. They manage the flow. They meet everybody. My student work for OTM, TTF. My student work for Great India Bazaar. They meet in BLTM. They work in every big, even Pravasi Bharatiya. So I said my student meet 50 minimum industry experts every year. So when they are meeting them, and when the same people come for recruitment, look at the confidence level of recruiter and the candidate. It's enormous. You talk to me like Adam, I know you, you know me. There is no feeling of nervousness. And they know the quality of students. They have already done it. So, you can actually, I always say, this is we who sell our student cheap. If I don't agree, they will not. They're ready to pay. Sir.
I just wanted to add to your wonderful comment that I think this is a very good topic for the next part of the session that will be a practical,
Yeah.
practical.
Yeah.
So things needs to be discussed. So and we need to make sure that we have people from the private sector, especially small and entrepreneurs, because for big companies sometimes it's easy to create this training program on the job training, but for a small company, because maybe she is selling and accounting, marketing, and 2 or 3 people doing all the job, and maybe it's a good thing for them to discuss together with someone from the university. How can you create an on-the-job training and for small companies, very small companies who do not have the infrastructure? So this could be for the second part of the workshop.
Yes, certainly. Yes.
Any other question? Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Mudassar Khan and I'm a faculty member at Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Jamia Millia Islamia. I have question to both Mr. Umar and Professor Sajnani here. I don't know if this will be discussed in our later session because this is related to the micro organization that exists in tourism these days. We have from our institute, many of the students they get well placed, but again a minor incident happens at one point of location for which neither the business is entitled or answerable, but they end up losing jobs or they end up not getting sufficient amount of payment. Like in COVID times, we had our students who work for 2 months, 3 months, and they were expecting salary, and the company went bankrupt. So, how do the students transition to other field? Because most of them they switched to some other field and they were looking forward to obtaining job which was not related to tourism because tourism was not there for 1 year. Maybe some incident happens in Maldives or an adjacent area, and then they end up losing jobs. So, how do UN tourism or other tourism organizations should cope up with these challenges? Like security of job is an essential component for any student to answer the future of their regarding their future.
Yeah, when I mentioned before that the focus should be put in change and adaptability. I was referring to that. And I think historically, tourism has been seen as a sector of always growing. The first time it changed was 2001, that we had some negative growth because of the September 11. After that, it only happened again after the financial crisis, 2008, but nothing was compared to the pandemic, to the COVID-19 pandemic. So there are a set of strategies, recommendations for both company and labor and education institutions for this. So I recommend you check our website, e-library, and find all the publications we did. But my own, this is not UN tourism, and officially statement is that not only in tourism, in all sectors, we all should be ready to change quickly. We don't know really what's going to happen. I mean, how quickly we will be replaced by machines or software, and so continuously having the capacity to learn, I think, is the most important and part of the education system. So, and to rapidly transform from one thing to another. Anybody who has migrated, like my case, knows that you need to learn new things quickly, and you learn to do that. And so, how can it be taught at university? How can this be a skill to be developed? I think that is, in my personal opinion, the only solution for this.
Just to add what Dr. Umar said, I think we are in service industry, which is very sensitive, and anything happens anywhere. That resilience is not there. I mean, we are not able to come back that fast. We take time to come back. We are first one to get impacted, but last one to revive. So, to come back. So we are in a very sensitive industry. So our students must be trained on the sustainability and the resilience factors. That how we can we be resilient. There is no escape from this sensitivity for our industry, for sure. But I must rightly say, Dr. Umar, that we have to keep on upskilling ourselves. We must acquire diversified skills. So if tomorrow there is no job in tourism, hospitality, aviation, I may get into retail business. I may get into some kind of online service business. I should do something, but I should continue in my own industry, my own business. I should not shut down my business. I should not quit my business and switch over totally. No. I'm trained on certain skill sets, I must continue. But simultaneously, yes, alternate, I may continue. But there's no escape from that.
Yeah, I would like to add, if you allow me, I would like to add this way that our industry is also connected with multiple industry, if you understand, and that is one gap I see it in the curriculum. Let's say medical tourism. If the tourism they are not working, they can be easily go to work in the hospitals as an administration and bring the patient from outside India. And also the infrastructure industry, big time development happening in India. Again, it's a big gap. Hardly students are actually entering into the infrastructure development, tourism infrastructure development. I don't know if Professor indicated. It's a really gap, and every consulting firm looking for a tourism mindset to add tourism component in their strategy, can give solution to the government and so on. So that's one area. Education is another sector. Transport is another sector where tourism students can play a big role. Retail service quality. So in curriculum, if these component can be taught, or maybe they're aware that something can go wrong. This is one thing. One thing, the career planning can be planned such a way that I can switch to the hospital and work with.
Yes, I think to take forward your statement quickly in 30 seconds, we don't have in India, Omar mentioned in this presentation, tourism labor market observatories. We don't have that kind of a system in place in India. So we do not know what kind of jobs are sensitive. So if there is an assessment sheet wherein we have identified those sensitive jobs and we have to give alternate, we can train them other skills. But we don't have that kind of assessment. But certainly, yes, now we are working. I requested Dr. Ma that if we can have a PLMO in place in India with the ministry, why not? We can have it.
Right. Thank you. Is there any other question? Yes.
Okay. We were the first one to win.
Hello everybody, my name is Samush Gupta. I'm from Bachelor in Hotel Management, second year. I have a follow-up question on the answer you just gave. With the emerging technology like AI, metaverse, everything been going on in the world, what can we do about the integration of these technologies in our tourism sector? Because of the competitiveness and all the sustainability, AI is a big factor in it.
See, can I answer that question? I mean, since you are from Amity and you know in our Amity curriculum how we add value through skill enhancement courses, through vocational education training, through value-added courses, and we have introduced Industry 4.0, then we introduced Industry 5.0. So when we are talking about all these automation-based courses, we try to inculcate in our students those, learning those skill sets, that how we can keep them ready for the market. Right? So, rightly said, AI is the talk of the day. But then there are so many, side tracks of AI, metaverse. When I say application of AI or, open AI or chat GPT or whatever you say, there are so many emerging or disruptive technologies. But then today, our industry is being taken over by robotic operations, So now we are doing, so any repetitive business, any repetitive function is now done by a machine. So I don't have to apply my mind to make decision. That's already there in my AI chatbot. So my chatbot handles all my queries 24/7. Up to a point, it can give you decision. But what happens after that? Till the time artificial still works, it works. But after that, once it stops, the query is transferred to customer care. human intervention comes. There comes your role. So machine can never replace a man. Man is bound to work and man will be required. But yes, we need to have skills. Because chatbot works on algorithm. You need to know the algorithms.
Anyone else ask any further question?
Because I think Vikas has many questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khan Guzar and I am pursuing Bachelor's of Hotel Management second year. And sir, I have a question. If we talk about local communities, so how does tourism education shape views on sustainable tourism of local communities in like private sectors? So how does this help be like tourism education?
Let me understand if I understood it right. How can we help from education institutions to foster sustainability in the local communities? Yeah. For example, this is something we measure and we promote through the JET1 certification. We make sure that there is a permanent dialogue between the university and its environment, not only the natural environment, but the social environment and the economic environment too. And to promote this type of ideas, I mentioned before, in all our activities, sustainability and ethics are present. That's why 10 years ago, I forbid all my organization to use the word sustainable when we do a training, because we were doing training on sustainable product development, sustainable policy. I said it all should be sustainable because we cannot create a product that is not sustainable, because it would not be a product. So it's like we shouldn't be differentiating, just putting the word here and there. But we try to foster sustainability and ethics throughout the all our activities. I mean, faculty development, quality, and certification, both for universities, for destinations, for individuals. And this is something that tourism professionals can differentiate from others and also can cooperate with all IT new developments, because someone needs to teach the AI or someone needs to discuss with people writing code and what is ethics, what is sustainability in tourism. That's why right now philosophers are being hired for first time, apart from the classroom, to discuss philosophical and ethical things when programming AI, because AI is taking decisions. It's taking decisions about, this whole story. Who will the automated car crash into? The old lady or the young baby? There is an ethics discussions there. So philosophers are getting jobs. So who knows which works will be destroyed, which works will be created. So I think it's important to learn as much as we can.
The question is very interesting, and I think half of the question is answered by Dr. Omar. I would just like to add one thing here, that, when we talk about tourism, we talk about interaction. When we talk about tourism, we talk about the cultural exchange. When we talk about tourism, we talk about meetings. Now, how these meetings, how these exchanges, how these cross-cultural movements can benefit the communities. Because I'm getting benefit when I visit a place as a tourist. But how do I benefit that community? Number one, not leaving behind my carbon footprints. Number two, by leaving behind some deliverable, by leaving behind a memory with the local people that they would like me to come again, come back. Number three, how do I add value to the economy? Sustainably, how do I give them an alternate source of income from tourism? right? So all this matters a lot. So when I visit a place like a tourist, how responsible I am. I don't spoil the environment of the place. Environment is not just tangible but intangible, right? So it's very important. I hope you got the answer. Sustainability, how as a tourist I add that to the factor of sustainability, right?
Okay, so thank you. I have a question now. I would like to ask questions to Omar and Professor Rani regarding the TED call, as Omar has mentioned, quality information. As this is a very prestigious certification around the world, the universities are getting it or trying to get it. What are the entry, requirement can put it, because they have some online participants from different universities. They would like to know how they can apply, how they can be a second one in India. Although I would like to add, I think kids in Kerala, some of you know Kerala Institute of Tourism, Travel and Tourism Management, they have applied and they would be a second institution in India having TED call program. So Umar, just address that. How is this easy step to apply? Any entry requirement?
Instagram. No, just kidding. No. You cannot do it on Instagram. It's through our webpage. That is the easiest link. So UN Tourism. It's still unwto.org. I would like to add to this that apart from all the basic information is there, to make clear that it's not only for university or for postgraduate or bachelor degree only, it's also for training institutions. So vocational training for us is as important as higher education. So we have TED Qual program certified from short vocational training programs all the way to PhD programs, like the one in Hong Kong PolyU, for example. The PhD is TED Qual certified. And we have very, very short programs in Malaysia, for example, of 6-month programs, training programs, as long as it is offered regularly and it can be TED Qual certified. So there is no, the quality is the only barrier there. And that is something that we discuss in the process.
And I would like to add hospitality, tourism, event management, and also aviation. These are 4 sectors which are subject area can be added, right? Can be applied, right?
Yeah, and aviation as such, we do not have any, because it depends. Also, we consider more tourism and hospitality. As long as there is a program that connects to tourism, yes, it can be subject to certification.
I would like now to ask Professor Nani, as you had a really great experience, first of all, while first time the certificate and also sustaining or maintaining the whole legacy almost how many years? 11 years now, right?
11 years.
11 years. So,
this was our 4th cycle we underwent.
Okay. So tell us about your first time experience and then later how you have progressed in terms of your whole ecosystem and the education ecosystem at the American University.
It's very interesting, there's a small story connected with this. Our Honorable Chancellor Sir was flying he was flying on one sector. He came across an article in the magazine, in-flight magazine about UNWTO TEDQuil. And immediately he asked me, Dr. Satani, is this for tourism and what value does it hold for you? So I mentioned that this is very prestigious certification and this holds greater value and nobody in India has it for their undergraduate and postgraduate program. But I have no idea about this. I was very honest. It was, something new to me. But then, since then I started digging out information and there was not much information available except one article and the website. And then I started writing, emails to a number of people. But then I could not reach to the, the right person. Then one day I got an email from Veronica and she said, Dr. Sadani, we have received your multiple emails from different channels which you have sent and it seems you want to know much about this program. I said, yes, I'm keen to know about this program. So then we started communicating, and let me tell you, the team member of Dr. Verma, I mentioned in the morning also, they are so helpful, they are so cooperative, and promptly they respond. And then we started our journey, and when it came to prepare our SSR, self-study report, our first SSR, and which was nothing but a document which we prepared on our achievements, on our processes. And let me tell you one thing, in front of Dr. Omar, I can say this certification does not prescribe anything. It says whatever you practice, whatever processes you have, document it and support it with the evidence. We have undergone in my university under QAA, Quality Assurance Agency UK. We are the only university in the country which has got both WASC and QAA. We have undergone their accreditation process. We have undergone the accreditation process of NAC and many more. But nowhere we found the process is so simple that you only document what you practice and support it. So we started doing it in, I think, 2011. We submitted our application. It took some time to get time, but then 12, we were visited by the team in situ visit. We had the team visit, and 13, we were awarded the first certificate, and our score was not very good because it was first time and there was no sample SSR available, to have an idea, and whatever we wrote, it was all original. So we got it for, I think, for 3 years. For 3 years, then we kept on getting for 3 years, but this year we have got it for 4 years. Because our score this year was 92 point some percent, we have improved year upon year. So, because that answer to your question is, we have improved year upon year. And how we have improved year upon year? Only with the help of the auditors. Auditors give you recommendations that how can you improve? Which are those areas where you can improve? So, wonderful.
Right, I think first time it was 2 years, and then now 3 years.
3 years, then 4 years, now 4 years.
So one thing also I want to ask you about the benefits, because there are a lot of certificates around, and how you compare. First question is there any comparison in terms of quality? I will not say comparison, the benefit what you are getting is through TEDCall and the other certificate, because they are there in the country as well. I will not say name, but you have super pressure on different certification from the government of India and the UGC and so on. So how do you differ these two?
See, I must tell you, UNWTO TechWell, I always say it's a different, if you remember that ad which says it is different, that ad of Javed Jafri, you say, tomato ketchup after that, it is different. So it's different. And what makes it different is this global network. This gives you the platform to become a member of Global Village. Today, my student who wants to take admission in George Washington University for the master's or PhD, at the moment they produce that certificate, we give them a certificate. Every student who qualifies for the certificate, they get a certificate that this student is certified for a program which has quality certificate from UNWTO TechWell. So these students carry that certificate and it gives them an edge over others, number one. Number two, on the UNWTO, for the partner institutions, TechWell partner institutions, there are a lot of training programs, there are a lot of internships, there are a lot of scholarships which keep on coming. So our students, they have applied for these and they have got it. I remember during COVID period, 5 of my students got a virtual internship from Switzerland, from Lausanne. So otherwise that training program was costing them 3.5 lakh rupees. But for UNWTO TechWell members, it was free of cost. So this brings a lot of benefits apart from that recognition of getting that logo. That physical benefit is that logo. But intangible benefits are many.
Thank you, sir. And what about for the faculties? You know, that's one more area where faculties will get the benefit also by this certificate. Are you expecting?
Yes, I think if we talk about 6 processes, Dr. Omar mentioned, the faculty is the team, they're the process owners. The faculty, if one of the faculty or team of 2 faculty are dealing with the student, the other are dealing with the employer, so they prepare the document to be submitted to, your WT or TETQuel. So each process is handled by a team of 2 faculty or 3 faculty members, and they are regularly maintaining the progress. So it is a great learning for them. So most of my faculty who have traveled from here to any other university, because see, we are moving from one place to other as a faculty, we progress. So they carry forward with them those practices. So indirectly, the UNWTO TechWell recommendations or processes are being transferred from one institution to other institution.
So yes, thank you very much. I think any question you guys have on the TED or any other concern, you can ask. The next part of our workshop is a little activity we will do together. So that will also open up our mind and thought. So any question, Dr. Nowski? Question, okay. Can we have a clap for
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, so physical participants, you might not have got what we are doing. We are doing a little activity. I would like to request how many faculties we have here? Can you please raise hand? 1, 2, 3. Faculty number 4, 5. So I want one faculty on one table. If you can just arrange yourself. Means on one table, one faculty. So I want the group to be divided in faculty, students, and industry. The industries around. Just and online, my colleague is with you. Online participants, I would request you, means I will tell you what is happening. You will be transferred to different rooms, the breakout rooms, and you must have got the email where we have mentioned topics for the activity. So soon you will be transferred into the room. There are 4 rooms, 4 breakout rooms. All the online participants, if you are listening to me, you'll be transferred, and I will put in the chat as well which room will discuss which topic. So now faculty is here. Industry, is there anybody from industry? Industry, so you'll be here. Nishant, you can join here. Student also, research scholars. How many research scholars are here? 1 and 2 from BHU. Okay. Student, you can be here in this group. Just to make a balance, come with Dr. Rajendra here. You can join sir here. Let's be equal number in the group. Okay. Come here. Thanks. We would like to do one with one table.
one topic, one
Yes, but so that table we can, yeah, until that table we can divide them. Only 4 tables. So that table I look, just ask him, he's around. इसको बुलाओ, बुला के देखो कि ये मतलब कैसे मोबाइल से बात करेंगे वो ब्रेकअप क्या हो
हाँ वीडियो करो कर दिया रूम को ठीक ठीक ठीक
breakout room in progress. In room in progress. नहीं उसने क्या किया ऑटोमेटिक आएंगे लोग ना तो ऑटोमेटिक आएंगे तो क्या हो रहा है उसने ऑलरेडी बंद करूँ नहीं वो तो ठीक है लेकिन ये क्या होता है ना उनको असाइन करना होता है हाँ यहाँ से असाइन क्या इसको बोलो ऑटो असाइन कर दे ऑटो असाइन होते हैं 5 years after you like the education is over, we are trying to on the topic so that we can address and then supply postcard to the industry. So we will talk about this thing in a few topics, just what you have to based on one of our students are taking in online classes are not impacted. So it's offline one, but they are not really chat. And we are keeping 5 years down as a
We have the technologies and we have the pricing of the variations which are
ethics and value in the tourism education and the industry, you need to discuss between both of you and put the case that this is the ethics and value which is missing and what you will be suggest as a solution to make this student ready by 2030 for the industry. So this is the problem or case statement of you to go from the table to solution of the chat. Thank you very much. If you have any question, you can ask me.
They are switching the jobs for experiences. So this much practice they do have. And the student we do have, he said like his experiences are something like we don't want to learn. We don't want to learn because we have chat. Right? So whenever somebody is asking for PPTs or other assignments, we just go to this AI tools and we get the help from them. In addition, they are not ready to learn multiple skills. In addition, some patients they have discussed this less patients they do have. They want, but instead of having all these things, they want to grow fast. So it's completely mismatched between their hard work and their mental absence. Mentally, they are absent in classrooms and all these things. So to address this problem, we have really very amazing example from the land of Pashupatinath, that is Nepal, and Sir has actually implemented video based assignments. They ask the students to go to the different destinations, and instead of making handwritten assignments or some PPTs, they ask the students to prepare good interactive videos with the tourists, whatever the task of their assignments do they have. So it's really amazing, and they do have best video awards kind of thing into those assignments, which actually keep them into the activities. In addition, sir, we came to know that students are present almost 50 to 70% when they are into theory classes, but there is 100% attendance when they are into practical classes. And this example is from Nepal also and from India as well. So the solution to this enhance the attendance of the students is like the students want change into classroom settings. They don't want to be into the class always. They want to go to cafeteria, they want to study there, they want to go to nearby some grounds, they want to study there, they want guest faculty, which is probably which is happening across every Indian university, education institute. So this context of guest faculty, but classroom setting change up, it is hardly it comes to happen. And this example is from my side because I do this with my students. I take them to the cafeteria, I take them on a walk, I take them to the grounds. They enjoy it. They enjoy it. In addition to this one, so these are the few things we try to address. Thank you so much. Anyone else want to add something? I'm sorry. So, students are quite diverse. Their dreams are bigger, and they have distracted mind. Distracted, not distracted. So scattered thoughts and everything. So to keep their thoughts focused, for example, we can see this. Selfie is more important for them, right? When Omar sir is here, Omar sir is here. So we do have value and spirituality courses in Nepal. They can teach the students about the religious values. They can aware the students about the fundamentals of religions, fundamental core values of a human being, how to be a good human being. Right? So these are the things there, and we do have at my institutes also happiness with itself. So the core goal of this course is to direct the efforts of the students toward his ultimate goal, towards the happiness, instead of need of body. It is more about this need of the soul. So students are more centered towards their actual achievements, actual goal of life. So this is how we are trying to incorporate values in the students, which is actually needed. I think this, and in addition, industry students are saying like teachers have a traditional way of teaching. In addition, industry expert, they are saying we are more automated. We are using more AI and all these things. So the key solution to this to make our students ready for the industry is we are supposed to incorporate more softwares. Like because he has already started a new campaign across the country about this genius thing learning. So many of the institutes are lacking into that. So I think information, knowledge, skill enhancement on the different softwares, more practical thing. Just take them on weekends to the industry, show them the computer interface. So at least they are building kind of a virtual image in their mind. What are these tabs and buttons? So thank you so much for your time and patience.
Ethical values, which I think Omar is the most senior one in the room. Yes. So I'm asking because that is also there. So even I want to ask you, Mark, in terms of Gen Zs, if you see the industry, you are seeing industry now, and he might have seen industry 25, 30 years back. So ethical values very important in any industry, any workplace. The problem what corporates are facing these days, non-ethical practices, then no commitment with the industry, leaving the industry very quickly because they're not getting what they want in terms of money and exposure. So you have any thought, you have put it maybe 30 years back or 20 years back, what the ethical values was being, and now what is kind of not vanished, but at least not considered. See,
is refused to have your beautiful, that's one thing. So no, it's, that's, I think we all agree with that, right? So students, if you are in the room, ethics is super important. Our industry is service industry. So it's again strongly recommend to work on your ethical values. Third group, what was the topic? Skill and competency development. Okay, so great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Dr. Vikas Mohan. Our topic is skills and competency development. So, as you all know that industry is changing very rapidly because of the digitalization, or you can say that while incorporating digital things are changing very rapidly. And as an institution, you can say that we cannot change ourselves very rapidly. In fact, what I see for the next generation, they should be very good with the digital knowledge. And what I believe that in many institutions, they have started with a little bit of digital knowledge. But what I feel that, in fact, those who are into the teaching, they are not very well aware about the things which are required, and they are not very well versed in the digital things. So first of all, teacher should learn all these things. So it should be like, as you have mentioned, trainer or train the teacher program. It is very important because first we need to make the teacher ready for taking these concepts or making the student well versed with this technology. Secondly, so as we all know that digitalization is taking place, and you can say that once there was in the IT revolution, now it is like a AI revolution. So everybody is bringing or coming into the AI. So our student is knowing about the name only. Like suppose if you ask from someone what is AR, they can say that augmented reality, virtual reality, IoT. So they know the things, but they are not know how to utilize these things. And once, what I believe that apart from teaching tourism skills and competency, we must develop, like as Vikas said earlier, we need to make different verticals. Suppose like cyber security, we need to prepare these students for cyber security along with tourism and hospitality skills, so that once they are into the industry, so they can understand that part also, and they can utilize these skills apart from tourism and hospitality. For example, suppose if I am from the industry and I know different aspects, like suppose social networking, like suppose digital marketing, so I can utilize better because I need to incorporate these things into the tourism. When I understand the tourism and I understand the technology, so I can integrate both together very well. So I believe it should be there in curriculum, and how you can develop, because obviously you need to like, it is very difficult to change the curriculum on regular basis, but you can incorporate like some guest lectures, some workshops, and it is not theoretical. And we all know that tourism is practical, and obviously learning by doing, we can learn better. So we must send our student to different agencies, or we need to incorporate, or you can say we need to collaborate with the industry of different kinds, so that we can send students to develop different type of skills at their places. Secondly, what I believe that cultural awareness and sensitivity. We are lacking in cultural awareness and sensitivity. So what I believe that we must prepare our students towards cultural awareness and sensitivity, so that they can understand people well, they can understand how we need to interact with the people, and how we can understand the need and wants and desire of the people, so that in tourism we can like deliver well. So obviously, after knowing the customer expectation, we can meet or exceed the guest expectation. So once we like send student to, like as sir said, like we send our student to different festivals, different workshop, different like international conferences and other places. So obviously, when you take part in these type of activities, so obviously for tourism point of view, it is always very important, and obviously it helps you to gain knowledge of different culture, and to learn how people behave, how people want certain thing in a particular way. So I think that it should be there in the curriculum. Second, third point is like health and safety, and we all are talking about health and safety, but actually
usually it is not, whatever we are teaching these days, it is not in our curriculum. So that people are different countries are coming to one place. What type of health thing they can face, health problem they can face? Maybe because of environment, maybe recently like one of the in podcast because of pollution, they refuse to do these things. So maybe we need to consider these things at that early stage, and we need to make our student ready how we can tackle these situations. So I believe these type of things should be there in our curriculum, and we must prepare our students for these things. Thank you.
Number 4 is a topic. Have to finish quickly, but yes. Okay, so
Good afternoon, everybody. So the problems we are talking about are, the first is industry visits. The industry is very busy. So the students face quite a problem when it comes to industry visiting. Faculty can't provide industry visits every week or every month because in hotel there is always a watch for fast moving traffic. So to face this, we come with a solution. We use technology as a replacement. We can use AR or VR for the students. They can experience these visits through augmented reality. They can wear a headset and professional gear, so they can experience these destinations and other hotels through these technologies. Then there is journal work or the written work we do at colleges. Students are working. Students are in the college from 9 to 5. So it is quite difficult or time for a student to always jot down or write notes in journals. So we can use these problems to our utmost. We can provide students with something other than notes. Use uh, we can use notes for the talking. We can use mobile phones, right? Mobile phones have a feature where you can speak and the notes come out there automatically. Then there is a use of technology is very less in departments of hotel. We only use technology mostly in front offices. We can use it in receptions or in the back area of reception. We can implement more to these technologies. We can provide students with technology like easy or a better software which have easy to access information or easy to access database which help the students in these future endeavors. Then there is the course reliability because there are older courses in the hotel management. You can not rely on older courses because the industry is fast and changing, ever changing. So the faculty can provide new innovative courses or new technology for these. Like so, faculty can help us use social media, AI, and data analytics for these courses to change with the changing industry. Thank you. And just add to some more points, like being myself, I have been designing some of the curriculums and I have been actively taking part in various training and placement initiatives as well. So, more practical learning would include experiential trip to rural tourism destinations with an objective like rural experience, getting to know the host community. There is a world beyond mobile phone and digital world. So, students should also explore this world. Some of the students may get involved in volunteering at various events. Some alternate jobs, as suggested by you, that certain additional skills can be developed for the students and more focus on service should be given. Again, there is another approach which needs to be focused on. Majorly, I'll be talking, I can relate, correlate with all the topics, but But I'll just talk about the topics that sensitizing students with practical experience about diversity amongst the whole population, equity, peace, inclusion, environment, growth. These are the topics where practical exposure needs to be given to the students, and it's not about only delivering the lectures and telling that the community is getting benefited. Rather, students should go to these slum areas, poor areas, rural areas, various adventurous tourism destinations and explore what are the challenges and how communities are getting evolving and how communities are benefiting and how the cohesion has been created between various sects and religions to work towards a common cause, that is tourism, because it's a source of income for it's a bread earner for all the families together. Students should also feel free to learn like events, arts, enough opportunity can be given to learn dance, these things, collaborating students with various NGOs like non-government organization and social services, and go and give, like if a charity is organizing blanket distribution for poor people, involve the people of the tourism and hospitality community to get a better feeling about that. Student exchange programs can be developed so that not only learning about the Angola through conferences, we get an opportunity to visit these places, and all these should be part of the curriculum, and credit needs to be given based on these experiences.
I would just like to add, I was with one of the university which is NIF and IIF ranking 7. Amazing, nice idea what they came up with. This final year student or final semester student, that they tell student to make their own subject, create a subject for 3 credits, and you have to make your curriculum by yourself. It should be futuristic. You have to create a capsule project around it, and then you will make career out of it. And very nice idea what student came up with. Very surprisingly, very futuristic, innovative ideas. Food photography, social media marketing manager, revenue management for particular hotel something. And amazingly, they all the students themselves could able to place better in the industry. The university used to make very less effort for this because they themselves have done a lot of study, the student. So I think what as a faculty, we supposed to enforce on the student that they should do that, they should do like that. I think we should give freedom to the student that what you can think about the future and what solution. The solution they themselves have. They'll find out and they will do better. Somebody who not able to do related with the industry problem can create a different, a new entrepreneurship startup around it. So that is what we should think, and we should supposed to help them. Support infrastructure should be there. Thank you.
I would like to add an example with this point. Anybody from Jammu or Jammu University or something? Are you following Jammu University what they are doing? So Jammu University came up with the idea recently. They launched, some of you are aware, maybe I don't know, aware. Design your own degree. Okay, so state government or higher education in the state and the university, because it's more a stakeholder engagement or important stakeholder engagement. So they have a nicer programs like a short term, like if you are a techie in mind, because this group said you can choose what you want to actually learn and do. Regenerate tourism, modern tourism. So they have a number of topics. You pick up the topic and then you study and then you need the degree. So what will happen after 3 years, 4 years? What you want, you are actually getting it. Not forcefully that, oh, read this, put this solution or put this assignment. No. So they are come up and they launch it, pre-launch already done. So they are trying. If the model successful works, then probably across India, university will adopt it. But that's happening in the world. and we are in India also we started. Thank you very much. One last participant online, he wants to put his comment because he's waiting from long time. So I would like to ask him, and then we'll have a group picture, certificate, and then closing. So you have to bear with me, okay? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So you're waiting. Okay, good. So I would like.
Yes, sir. We all waiting since long times. So thank you so much for providing such a lovely opportunity to discuss about some technology gap in education sectors.
Okay, so if you can put your thought and put out your camera and introduce yourself, it would be nice. All of us can see you. Also, you can introduce yourself. Okay.
My name is Bhavani Singh Chundawat, and I am a CEO, Chief Administrative Officer at State Institute of Hotel Management, Sidhpur, Gujarat. So I have total 10 year of experience in tourism sectors and tourism department. So as per the today's topics, there is a few points where I mentions and highlight this gap along with the way to overcome it. There is multiple technological gap in our tourism educations, like outdated curriculums. Many tourism programs still focus on traditional methods with limited integrations of modern technology. To overcome this issue, we can update our curriculum to include course on digital tools such as AI integrations and data analytics and virtual realities and online booking systems. So these are the key AI or some data analytics related curriculum we can add in our curriculum and updated our tourism educations. Then second point is lack of practical technological experience. Students often graduate with the hands-on experience in using the latest technology. So we can provide some practical assignment as well as internships and industry partnership that allow students to work with technology used in the real world, such as smart tourism applications, digital marketing tools like that. Limited understanding of digital marketing. There are multiple fresh graduate students that don't understand about digital marketing and digital tools we can use in curriculum. So such type of course in tourism education, so we can update our digital literacy as well as modern tool in educations. So there is some resistance to technological changes. Some education institute or faculty or teacher may resist incorporating new technology due to lack of resource or expertise. So we can conduct some online FDP, physical FDP, and management development program to equip with modern and latest modern technology in program. So they can learn about new things and new exposure they can provide to our student already. These are the some points where we need to upgrade some modern equipment and technology in education sector. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bhavani, for contributing your thought, and thank you for joining. I think you are the one of the participant joined since long. Dr. Jitendra Das from IHM Chennai, are you around, sir? You had a thought to discuss or share. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Jitendra Das. We can't hear you, sir. No, sir, we can't hear you, sir. Please. No, we can't hear you, sir. You are not mute. No, we can't hear you, sir. Probably you have some issues with mic. You're not muted, but you're talking, it's not coming. Okay, we'll just say thank you very much. So probably we'll connect later and you can have your thought later. So thank you very much for joining us today.
inspire and what we can further think about. And as we come to the close of this insightful workshop, it is indeed my proud privilege to extend our deepest gratitude to everyone who contributed to making this session a great success. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to our esteemed speakers, Dr. Omar Valdez, Dr. Manoj Sadnani, and Mr. Vikas Temre. Your valuable insights, expertise, and experiences have truly enriched our understanding of quality, tourism education, and the role of industry academia collaboration in shaping the future of this sector. The points which Dr. Omar Valdez had raised on emerging skills, the job skills, the challenges which are faced by the tourism education, and the modern career pathways were very insightful. And I think all of us would further think as accommodations as to if we have not incorporated them, what all we can do. A special thank you to all the faculty members, students, and industry professionals present here today. Your engagement and curiosity play a crucial role in driving discussion that inspire change and innovation in tourism education. I would also like to extend a great gratitude to the organizing committee and technical support team for their seamless coordination, ensuring that this workshop runs smoothly. Lastly, but most importantly, thank you to each and every one of you for being a part of this event. We hope that today's session has proved valuable and it has given you good takeaways that will contribute to fostering sustainable and competitive tourism education. With that, I formally conclude this workshop. Wishing you all had a great day. Now, I would request Dr. Omar Valdez and Mr. Vikas Temre and Dr. Swati Sharma to please give the award the certificates. Please come. Dr. Vikas Mohan. Dr. Rajendra Kumar. Mr. Mudassir Khan. I would request everyone to join for a group photograph, please.
All friends will come back.